The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, holy, powerful, loving, and good, thank you for expressing your love to us with generous gifts. You have sustained our families and loved ones and nourished us with the blood, have honored us with the privilege. You've showered our land from your bounty, delivered those bruised and battered by life. Thank you for our lawmakers, our gratitude and praise. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., July 31st, 2024. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Kirsten E. Gillibrand, a senator from the state of New York, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
Madam President.
The Majority Leader.
I understand there is a bill at the desk that's due for a second reading.
The Leader is correct. The clerk will now read the title of the bill for the second time.
As 4853, a bill to prohibit the Federal Communications Commission from promulgating or enforcing rules regarding disclosure of artificial intelligence-generated content in political advertisements.
In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
The objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, Madam President, 245 days ago, I stood right here in the Senate floor, on the Senate floor, to raise the alarm of rising anti-Semitism in America and the need to condemn anti-Semitism whenever we see it. This week, Squirrel Hill, the Tree of Life Synagogue massacre of 2018, was targeted once again with anti-Semitic vandalism and attacks. These attacks are vile, they're hurtful, they poison our society with division, fear, grief. And for the Squirrel Hill community, which has already suffered unimaginable tragedy, this is particularly horrific. It pains me to say that anti-Semitism like this is unfortunately not unusual today. In our community and in our politics, anti-Semitism is ascendant. This week, none other than Donald Trump once again added to the division. Yesterday, during a radio interview with WABC in New York City, Donald Trump agreed with his interviewer that the nation's second gentleman, a Jewish American, is quote unquote, a crappy Jew. Why? Presumably because he's a Democrat. On air, Donald Trump then repeated the sick idea that if you're a Jew and if you happen to support Democrats, you should have your head examined, and that you're a bunch of fools. Sadly, we've been here before, but it must be said again. Donald Trump's comments were reprehensible, dangerous, and proof that he is disturbingly at ease with anti-Semitic rhetoric. It might be tempting to listen what Donald Trump said on the radio and tune it out just as another Trump insult, but that would be a mistake. Calling Jews fools and suggesting they are bad or disloyal because of their political beliefs is not just some juvenile insult. It's an old anti-Semitic trope that goes back centuries, one of dual loyalty. It's been used for a very long time to drive Jews out of their homes, to paint them as untrustworthy, to deny their basic dignity. So when Donald Trump goes on air and attacks Jews for the way they vote, he knows precisely what he is doing. He is sowing the seeds of division. He is propagating naked anti-Semitism. Donald Trump will always try to drag this nation down with insults, intolerance, fear, smear. But we are better than that, as the American people will make very clear, in the months to come. On tax. Tomorrow, senators will have a chance to take up a bill that in one fell swoop will deliver significant tax relief for Americans' families, for America's businesses, and Americans suffering from natural disasters. All we have to do is come together, both parties, bipartisan, and vote yes to advance the bipartisan tax package. Democrats are ready to get this package done. It already passed the House under the leadership of a Republican chair of Ways and Means, Congressman Smith of Missouri, with an incredible margin of 357 to 70. A majority of both parties voted strongly for this bill. Frankly, it's hard to imagine a vote more lopsided than that in this Congress. If we get this bill done, it'll go right to the president's desk. It'll become law. That means families and businesses and parents will see more money coming back to them during this tax season. More Americans will have a little more money in their pocket. 500,000 kids will be lifted out of poverty by expanding the child tax credit. 16 million kids will also see these benefits. And most of those kids are working class, poorer kids. And now that the Senate Democrats and House Republicans are all on board, Senate Democrats, House Republicans, all on board, we're very close to getting this bill done. The only ones standing in the way of enacting tax relief right now are Senate Republicans. Everyone else, even House Republicans, hardly known for their moderation, support this tax bill. Respectfully, it is never a good sign, respectfully to my Republican colleagues here in the Senate, it is never a good sign to be more obstructionist than House Republicans on any issue. But that's precisely where our Senate Republican colleagues find themselves in right now. That's where they are. At yesterday's Republican weekly lunch, one senator was passing around pamphlets telling his colleagues to oppose this bill, to oppose even having a debate. They're repeating a whole bunch of false talking points about undocumented immigrants and about discouraging work. They're trying very hard to justify voting no. But let's be honest, there's no great mystery behind Senate Republicans oppose a tax bill many of them helped write. Senate Republicans are looking at the calendar, and they have decided they care more about results of the election than in passing a law. They hope that if things go their way, they can get a more conservative package sometimes in the future. And they're willing to walk away from expanding programs like the child tax credit along the way. Don't take it from me. Listen to what my colleague, the senior senator from Missouri, said yesterday about Republican leadership. They're not interested in passing anything, clearly. They're not interested in passing anything, clearly. What a shame. What a shame. Senate Republicans love to say they care about families, yet it seems like most of them will block a bill that expands the child tax credit, lifts 500,000 kids out of poverty, expands benefits to 16 million children. Senate Republicans also say they're champions of business, yet it seems like most of them will block a bill that rewards business, that invests in R&D, help pay for new equipment, which will promote new jobs, new job growth, and new innovation. I certainly hope I'm wrong, Madam President. I hope Republicans seize this opportunity and send a tax bill package to the President's desk, a bipartisan tax relief bill passed by a majority of House Democrats and House Republicans. If the American people see that the only reason this tax relief bill fails was because Senate Republicans stood in the way, they're not likely to forget it very soon. Now on the Vaca nomination. Today, the Senate will confirm another exceptional judicial nominee from New York, who I recommended to President Biden, Meredith Vaca, to serve as district judge for the Western District of New York. That's the Buffalo and Rochester areas of our state. Judge Vaca's confirmation will be a historic moment for Western New York. A proud Korean American, Judge Vaca will be the first Asian American and the first woman of color ever to serve in the Western District of New York. And I'm proud to say Judge Vaca is a Western New Yorker through and through, a Buffalo Law School graduate, a longtime resident of the Rochester area, raised in the suburban town of Greece. Judge Vaca will bring great talent, experience, and respect for the law to the Western District of New York. The Western District, as I mentioned, stretches from Buffalo and stretches along to Buffalo and Rochester and many other counties in Western New York. These are places that have benefited immensely from New York's great Asian American community. As the senior senator from New York and as majority leader, I've always worked to make New York's federal bench reflect better the communities it serves, and I know we have worked hand in hand, Madam President, on that noble goal. Judge Vaca's nomination will mark another major step towards that goal. Judge Vaca has every quality you could want in a jurist: compassionate, tough, legally astute, with a genuine love for her community. She spent over 15 years as an attorney, prosecutor, and judge fighting for vulnerable New Yorkers. She has developed a rare institutional knowledge of our state and our country's laws and will bring tremendous legal expertise and experience to the Western District bench. And notably, once confirmed, Judge Vaca will make the formerly all-male Western District bench 50% female, make it one of the few country's 50% female benches. One day, I hope this is the norm in the country. So I'm proud to support Judge Vaca's nomination, and I look forward to voting to confirm her later today. I yield the floor in the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
It's been less than 2 weeks since President Biden's name was removed from the Democratic Party's ticket. I've already spoken about how the effort to sideline Democrats' de facto nominee robbed primary voters of their role in the electoral process. Now, as the dust settles, more and more Americans are realizing this wasn't just a process foul. It was also a massive promotion for someone with a failing record in her current job. Remember, just 2 months into their term, the president asked the vice president, gave her the task of getting to the bottom of the surging illegal immigration at the U.S.-Mexico border. He called her, quote, the most qualified person to lead on this issue. So why don't we take a look at how she did? In the past 3.5 years, the crisis at our southern border has made history. Border Patrol agents have recorded over 9.9 million illegal encounters. We know that nearly 2 million more have literally gotten away. And the administration's catch and release policies have let in over 3 million without any credible means of enforcing immigration law. What rapidly became a humanitarian crisis on Vice President Harris's watch is also a national security vulnerability of alarming proportions. Since October 2021, CBP have encountered 539 individuals on the terror watch list along the southern border. The failure is vast. The facts are shocking. The numbers are staggering. But for too many American families, there's only one number that matters, the one empty chair at the dinner table. For some families, that chair is empty because an illegal immigrant killed their loved one. For many more, it's empty because Chinese manufacturers and Mexican cartels have exploited the chaos at the border and made fentanyl the leading cause of death for American adults. And yet, in the face of pain and suffering, the administration's point person on the border has approached this crisis with profound unseriousness. It took the vice president months to get around to visiting the border. When asked why she hadn't made it time to see the effects of the administration's open borders policies firsthand, she quipped that she'd not been to Europe either. Sometimes, instead of deflection, she's employed outright denial. For example, she said we have a secure border. Another example, everything is going rather smoothly. Of course, years earlier, under an administration that took border security seriously, then Senator Harris found plenty of time to elaborate on her aversion to that common sense policy. In 2017, when a federal judge blocked the previous administration's effort to deny federal funding to sanctuary cities, she reacted as follows: "It's fantastic. I'm jumping up and down." Put 5 exclamation points after what I just said. Democrats are poised to nominate someone with a long record of being dead wrong on securing America's borders. So perhaps it's not surprising that their immediate allies are working overtime to absolve the vice president of responsibility for the undeniable crisis that unfolded on her watch. Last week, we read headlines like, "No, Kamala Harris is not the border czar," and claims that, quote, the vice president's role was more limited. After the short hiatus of asking tough questions about President Biden's fitness for office, the legacy media are back in business, papering over Democratic vulnerabilities, even in this case if it means blatantly gaslighting the public. But at the end of the day, the American people know what neglect looks like. Families missing loved ones know what this sort of catastrophic failure feels like. And in November, I expect they'll have plenty to say about it. Now, on another matter, the Senate's about to leave Washington for the August state work period. When we come back, Senate Democrats will face a daunting list of radical judges that the Biden-Harris administration will want them to confirm. There's Adele Manchi and his record of bumping elbows with terrorist apologists and advocates for cop killers. There's Kevin Ritz and Carla Campbell, both the nepotistic beneficiaries of corrupt bargains between the Biden-Harris administration and the judges they would replace. There's Julia Lippis, another nepotism hire, who distinguished herself in her leniency towards a parent who killed their baby with fentanyl. There's Embry Kidd, who went soft on sex abusers and then misled the Judiciary Committee about it. There's Ryan Park, the self-described tip of the spear of progressive activism, who fought hard to let colleges discriminate illegally against Asian applicants. There's Sparkle Suknanen, an insult to the people of Puerto Rico. And then there's Mustafa Kasaba, who advocated incorporating, listen to this, Marxist theory into property law. So as our Democratic colleagues head out of town, I would suggest that they consider whether the radical goals of the Biden-Harris judicial project are really worth it. I suggest having a forum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
Senator from Mississippi.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 710, Meredith A. Vaca of New York, to be United States District Judge for the Western District of New York, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate the debate on the nomination of Meredith A. Vaca of New York to be United States District Judge for the Western District of New York shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand.
Aye.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Booker, Brown, Cardin, Collins, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hirono, Shaheen, Stabenow, Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Cassidy, Cornyn, Ernst, Hyde-Smith, Marshall, Paul, Ricketts, Rubio, Tuberville. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. McConnell, no.
I am officially 86.
Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no.
My pleasure. It's easy. It's easy for me.
Mr. Carper, aye.
Floor, which I really like.
Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye.
Sometimes people are just really dumb. You know,
Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Wicker, no.
you can make retailers not use plastic bags.
Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt. No. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schatz, aye.
Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Rounds, no.
On this vote, the ayes are 51, the nays are 43. The motion is agreed to. The Senator from Oregon.
I ask unanimous consent that Janice Lepore, a fellow in our office, be granted
Order, please.
be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the Congress.
Without objection.
Mr. President and colleagues, if I started the workday with the opportunity to help 16 million kids from low-income families make America more competitive with China, build affordable housing for hundreds of thousands of Americans, and pay for it all by cracking down on fraud, I'd call that a hell of a good day at the office. Tomorrow, we're going to find out if Senate Republicans agree. The vote on the tax bill tomorrow has been more than 6 months in the making. In fact, I've been working on this in a completely bipartisan way for 2 full years. The only reason this didn't get done a long time ago is delay on the part of the Senate Republicans. So, no more delay. It's time to vote. Everybody is going to see where each senator stands. And over the next 45 minutes or so, I'm going to have a number of my colleagues talk about why this bill is so important. So I'm going to start with just a few key points. For starters, the bill was designed with balance in mind. For every dollar in tax cuts for business, the Joint Committee on Taxation, which is the official scorekeeper of these matters, they have told us that an equal amount goes to children's and families as goes to business. Our focus on families is on those that are walking an economic tightrope. 16 million kids are going to benefit from the bill. 500,000 lifted out of poverty, a huge accomplishment. And it's especially important for the families with modest incomes, families with 2, 3, or 4 kids. Under the current rules, they get discriminated against because those big families get only a single child tax credit regardless of how many kids they have. Think about that. Federal law tells these struggling families that if you got a hard family, we'll try to figure out how to get by splitting a single child tax credit and figure out how 3 or 4 kids can split a pair of shoes. 3 or 4 kids can't do that, and they can't split a single meal. This economic discrimination against large families in America ought to end. There's been a lot of talk about who's really looking out for the families. My view is that's going to become clear when the Senate votes tomorrow. We'll see who's actually on the side of the families that need a boost, the families who are facing that kind of economic discrimination I just outlined. I know that my colleagues on this side want to make sure that families can get the assistance they need, and we want to end the discrimination against large families. There's so much in this bill that ought to bring the two sides together. That's certainly what happened in the House, 357 votes. For example, the bill builds 200,000 new affordable housing units. The lack of affordable housing is a nationwide crisis. It's not just blue states and cities, it's everywhere. And housing, you can call me a supply sider. We've got to build and build and build 200,000 new units. In a minute or two, we'll hear from my colleague from Washington State, who has single-handedly led the effort to meet housing needs in America. The bill invests in research and development so we can outcompete China. Changes Republicans made to the tax code back in 2017 slashed the value of the tax incentives for research and development. It's worth only 20% of what it used to be. Republicans have said in 2018, in 2019, in 2020, in 2021, in 22, in 23, and 24, they would fix the research and development tax credit mess that they single-handedly created. Tomorrow's going to be their chance. According to the Treasury Department, 4 million small businesses would benefit from this bill. Picture that, Mr. President, 4 million small businesses, startups, ones that depend so much on research and development to compete with China. Many of them are in fields that compete directly with China and other countries. They want to know why in the world, why would Congress put this off until 2025? A lot of them say, Ron, we're not going to be around in 2025 if you all don't act. The bill also provides help to families and businesses hit by megastorms and mega wildfires. This is so important to the people in my state. I've told them at town hall meetings, I've had almost 1,100 of them, Mr. President, we're going to get this done because in Oregon and virtually everywhere in our country, so many of our communities have been devastated. As I touched on, 357 votes in the House, Mr. President, doesn't happen by osmosis. You, by and large, on a normal day, you can't get 357 House members to agree to order a piece of apple pie. But that's the kind of support this tax bill had. Left-leaning groups like it, right-leaning groups like it, family organizations like it, faith-based organizations like it, pro-life groups, pro-choice groups across the political spectrum. And in the next day or so, we're going to see if the Republicans who talk so much about these issues, help for small business, help for families, building housing, preventing fraud, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about it constantly. Now we're going to find out if anybody wants to actually follow through on the rhetoric. I know we do. We believe with the Senate voting now, we've got a chance, as I touched on at the beginning, Mr. President, to have a real day at the office. a day when you help the kids, when you help the families and the small businesses and people who need housing and people who've been devastated with disasters. Get all that done tomorrow, Mr. President. That's one hell of a day at the office. I yield my time now to my colleague from Washington State, our leader on the housing issues, and many others.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor.
The senator from Washington.
I come to the floor to join my colleague, the chair of the Finance Committee, and thank him for his incredible leadership on the Tax Relief for American Families Worker Act. I can't think of a more critical effort than the leadership role he has played to negotiate legislation that passed the House 357 to 70. Now, when in this institution do you see such a big and tremendous vote across many different aspects of financial and tax policy that affects Americans? And yet the House has passed it 357 to 70, and somehow our colleagues here don't understand there's that much support behind that legislation. Mr. President, I want to enter to the record on behalf of 140,000 members of the National Association of Home Builders, their support, their very strong support for the Tax Relief for American Families and Worker Act. I think that's an important organization that knows and understands how much affordable housing we need in America and how this underlying bill addresses that by building over 200,000 more affordable units in the next 2 years. It really is a shot in the arm at a time when Americans know that the cost of their housing has gone up because we haven't built enough supply. And as my colleagues know, especially since the downturn of the financial crisis in 2008, that from big cities to actually small towns, the crunch of a lack of housing supply has meant an increase in cost. That means it hurts the economy overall. Like the skyrocketing cost was the largest contributor, 3%, to inflation. So that is why we have an opportunity to do something about that tomorrow. We have the opportunity to do something about the rising cost of housing and to pass this legislation that will build more supply and bring down those costs. Now, I know our colleagues, this is a very bipartisan aspect of the legislation. They know that expanding supply works. A 2019 study by the Department, a study done by the Office of Revenue Analysis found that renters basically save $177 per month for every 2,100 units built in a city per year. So literally you can do the math. When you don't build supply, you're just making everybody else's expenses go up. So why aren't we building more supply? Well, I can tell you that the low-income housing tax credits are a real achievement in bipartisan efforts to build more supply. It basically is the best tool to build affordable housing. It expands and improves, just as I mentioned from the home builders, quote, LIHTC is the most successful affordable housing production program in U.S. history, end quote. And that is why it is so important that we remember this analysis. A New York study found that for every 10% increase in housing supply, nearby rents decrease by 1%. And yet, our colleagues don't want to build more supply. And LIHTC properties specifically, new data from Moody's Analytics, found that these low-income housing projects and the renters in the Seattle area saved a remarkable $957 per month compared to the average rents in the region. Now, I could go on and on with my colleagues about why we got into this position. Certainly the downturn of 2008 and when we stopped building more supply. We did have returning veterans who needed workforce housing. We had workforce housing overall in a community like Seattle, but it doesn't matter. Yakima or Spokane, the same dilemma. If you're not building affordable housing, people don't have places to live, and it stymies the economy moving forward. But we've had seniors living longer. We've had other issues that have made the need for housing a national priority. So we want to hear what our colleagues say about this very important attack on inflation, 3% of it derived from housing, and study and analysis that says we will lower costs if we just build supply. Tomorrow, we have a chance to build that supply. I hope my colleagues will join us in passing this legislation and driving down the cost for Americans. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
I thank my colleague for her good work. Senator Casey, sitting with Senator Brown, have been two champs of the child tax credit. And let's start with Senator Casey.
Mr. President.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, I first ask unanimous consent that Ellen Erheim of my staff be granted floor privileges for the duration of today's proceedings.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm grateful to be here on the floor today and to join with our colleague from Oregon who has led this fight as the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee to bring us to this moment where we have the chance to vote on a bipartisan bill that I'll mention what happened in the House in a couple of minutes. But this bill addresses some of our long-term challenges. One of them is addressing our low-income housing shortage. The bill also enables our businesses to continue to invest in research, development, and manufacturing. The bill eliminates fraud. The bill reduces the deficit. And for me, most importantly, invests in America's children by expanding the child tax credit. That's why groups from across the spectrum have lined up to endorse the bill. Groups like the National Association of Manufacturers, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, the Children's Defense Fund, and so many other groups support this bill that will grow our economy, reduce poverty, and reduce the deficit. The House overwhelmingly passed this bill by a vote of 357 to 70. This happened back in January. So now we're hoping for a similar result in the United States Senate. I hope that the Senate, in a similar bipartisan fashion, will pass this bill. We know that, for example, just with regard to one provision in this bill, the child tax credit provision, in 2021, Democrats passed the American Rescue Plan, which had as one of its features an enhanced version of the child tax credit. I've often said we took the child tax credit in 2021 and we turbocharged it to help families in a much more substantial way. By passing that legislation in 2021 for 6 months, and only 6 months, unfortunately, but for 6 months, we cut child poverty in half, according to the Census Bureau. So after all the years of work, decades of work to reduce child poverty, helping to set the stage for that reduction in child poverty, in 2021, we finally found the solution to substantially reduce childhood poverty and give our children the freedom from poverty. And that solution was the child tax credit, in addition to other investments in children. I want to thank Senator Brown, my colleague from Ohio, who's seated next to me here today, for his years of work on this, laboring in the vineyards long before this was popular and long before it had a chance to pass. And I want to thank his work and Chairman Wyden's work to bring us to this moment. I am one of 8 children. My parents had 8 children. I'm right in the middle. And I often think about how difficult that was for a mom and a dad to raise that many children. My mother passed away last August of 2023. Will be coming up on August the 11th, the 1-year anniversary of her passing. And I was thinking today that what if my mother was not only the mother of 8 children, but what if she didn't have to be economically secure? We never went without food or went without a meal. We never had to worry about that in my life. But what if that wasn't the case? What would my life have been like if my mother faced the same challenges that so many families face today? We had the full measure of economic security when I was growing up. So back in October of 2021, after we had passed the American Rescue Plan, which contained that enhanced child tax credit, I met another mother in the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania, in the eastern, but she was a single mom. And she gave us a sense of what it meant to have that child tax credit in place. Her name was Crystal, and she said that the extra child tax credit payments gave her the ability to spend more time with her children and to allow her children to do more school activities for the first time. How do you put a price on that? How do you put a price on the opportunity a child has because their mom or their dad or the person taking care of them has a little extra money in a month? First of all, to buy food, which was often the number one utilization of the child tax credit, the enhanced version of it, or to pay for rent or child care or so many expenses of raising children. Why did it take us so long to finally say that raising children is really difficult, and we should give families a chance to do that in a more substantial way? Why is it that every time we have a tax debate in Washington, year after year, 40 years now, by my recollection, every time we have a tax debate, the most powerful people in the country benefit disproportionately, and the most powerful corporations on the planet Earth benefit disproportionately? Why is it that families raising children have always been left behind? We finally broke that cycle in 2021. The big guys got nothing from that. We finally said, you've had enough. It's time to help children, time to help those families raising children. But how do you put a price on a parent being able to pay for a school activity that child would benefit from? Maybe they have a chance to join a math club, or to join a science club, or to play a sport, or to be in the band, whatever it is. How do you put a price on that? That lost opportunity because a mom or a dad or someone taking care of that child didn't have an extra $100 or whatever it costs to pay the fee to be in that school activity. How do you put a price on having a couple $100 more a month to pay for food? It is incalculable. But we know that because of what we did in 2021, we began, just by way of one step, but we began to change substantially the trajectory of these children's lives. Millions of them, tens and tens of millions across the country. So we have a chance to do that again in a similar fashion, not exactly how we did it in 2021, but in a similar fashion. This bill doesn't fully revive the version of the child tax credit that we enacted in 2021. We should do that next year when we have a big tax debate in 2025, in my judgment, the most important tax bill of our lifetime coming up in 25. But this bipartisan bill that we're trying to get passed will make millions of children more economically secure, more secure or closer to what my family had when we were growing up. This year, it'll give benefits to 16 million American children whose families are either in poverty or near poverty. 500,000 just in Pennsylvania. 500,000 children who are near poverty, in poverty or near poverty in Pennsylvania. For example, a single parent with 2 kids who earns $22,000 a year as a child care worker would gain $675 this year. How do you put a price on that? The benefits to that family just in this year. Research shows that when the child tax credit was expanded in 2021, families used that money on essentials like food and housing and clothes and so much else. In 2021, those payments lowered the distress that a lot of families felt. The parents felt, and especially put food on the table. My mother never had that worry, even though she had 8 children. She never had that worry because of our circumstances. No mother should be concerned about or burdened by worrying about buying her kids new clothes for school or keeping a roof over their head. So we have the power in one vote to move this bill forward and enact it into law to help millions of children and millions of families across the country. So I encourage all of our colleagues in both parties to stand with those children, stand with those families, and vote yes on this tax bill. Thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
Senator Casey, one of the things that I most appreciate about Senate service is we bring up a bill and you invariably say, what does it mean for the kids who are hurting? And we thank you for it. Senator Brown.
Thanks, Senator Wyden. And Mr. President,
Senator Brown.
Mr. President, thank you. And I particularly appreciate the moral leadership of Senator Casey. And as Senator Wyden just said, he always, first question is, how does this affect family? How does this affect children? He knows it from his experience, and he knows it from as he travels the state of Pennsylvania from Philadelphia to the Ohio border. He talks to a lot of families and children and sees what this means. So, Senator Casey, thank you. It seems like listening to my colleagues, Senator Cantwell and Senator Casey and Chairman Wyden, that everybody not in D.C. is for this bill. It's a bunch of insiders here in this city. It's people who, it's interest groups that are always looking for a handout. As Senator Casey said, so many of these interest groups get great tax advantages for themselves and maybe a few crumbs for others. And the interest groups that are always looking for tax cuts for the rich and for their large corporate interests, frankly, have too much influence in this body. And fortunately, in the House of Representatives, they overcame that and they passed this bill with 357 votes. But this ought to pass close to unanimously here because it really is helpful. It helps business, it helps families, but it's still a struggle, and it should be easy. I remember sitting on the floor March 6th, 2021. And I remember voting on this bill, and it was on a bigger bill, but it had the child tax credit that Senator Wyden and others had helped to write. And Senator Bennett played a big role, a couple of newcomers. Senator Warnock played a role. Senator Booker also played a role, was not a newcomer. Senator Warnock had just been sworn in a couple months earlier. And I just remember, I said to Senator Casey, who sits next to me, as he just said, I remember saying to him, this is the best day of my career, because we were about to pass the expanded child tax credit. And I knew what it meant. Most of us knew what it meant. It passed 51 to 50, unfortunately, for reasons I still don't entirely understand. It was a partisan vote. The presiding others, the vice president came in and broke the tie. Passed 51-50. So immediately after this passed, the president signed it soon after. I called Secretary Yellen, the Secretary of the Treasury. I said, we've got to get this up and running. By July, checks went out to the families of 2 million children in Ohio. The checks went out to the families of 60 million children around the country. And as Senator Casey said, the child poverty rate dropped almost in half by September. Think about that. But then that tax break expired for reasons I won't go into here. But it tells you, but I hear these numbers. I hear people say, the child poverty tax rate dropped by 50%. I hear people say that, as Senator Casey said, that it means people can afford school fees for their kids. It means daycare is more available, good quality daycare. It's a lot of statistics, and that's really important, these 60 million children and 2 million in my state. But it's the individual stories we hear from families where, we got, after we passed this, people saw what it meant. We got letters, I got letters from Ashtabula to Cincinnati to Toledo to Gallipolis to Athens to Lima, Ohio, about what it meant to their individual families. From mothers, probably more mothers than fathers, but mothers and fathers, what it meant to these families, how they just had a burden lift. And it wasn't just the lowest income families, it was families that are, they're solidly middle class, even that are upper middle class, that could just do a few more things for their children. So the question is, how do you put a price on this, as Senator Casey said? How do you put a price on doing this when it made such a difference? So let me talk a little more about the bill, if I could. We had something called the look-back provision, allowing parents to use the previous year's income to make sure they get the maximum possible tax cut. Senator Kennedy, a Republican from Louisiana, and I worked together on this. It's the same options, interestingly, it's the same options that corporations have in the tax code, that they're allowed to look back to reduce their taxes, but we weren't going to do that for families. I mean, that's the illness in this place. That's the sickness of Washington. It's why, it's why people, frankly, why they hate Washington. It's that we treat these big corporate interests not even the same as we're really asking, maybe we ought to treat kids the same as we treat corporate interests, because we treat corporate interests with kid gloves and giving them always too much, and kids don't get enough, families don't get enough. So it's important that we pass this. It's going to matter. We come back next year and we do it in a bigger way, the way we did last year. It's also got some provisions that are a major priority for American companies. And I want to encourage companies that will produce in the United States, that will do their research and development here, that will keep the intellectual property in the United States. I mean, I had a meeting once at the White House. Senator Wyden was there. It was soon after, I think probably Senator Bennett was there at this meeting. It happened when President Trump was considering what we were going to do with the major tax bill. And we had a bill called the Patriot Corporation Act. It said simply this, and I had the bill in my hand. It simply said, if an American company pays good wages and provides good health care and provides a retirement, that they would get a lower tax rate. But if this company didn't pay good wages, so workers got food stamps, and workers got Medicaid, and workers got housing breaks, if the company wasn't paying good enough wages, the taxpayers had to step up, they paid a lower rate. In other words, if companies do the right thing, we ought to give them tax breaks. If companies treat their employees and undermine the dignity of work, we shouldn't. I mean, it's really pretty simple. This bill does it right. It's a bill with good bipartisan support in the House, passed with 357 votes, thanks to the very adept negotiating skills of both Chairman Wyden, the Finance Committee in the Senate, Chairman Smith, the Ways and Means Committee in the House, one Republican, one Democrat. We got 169 Republicans, 100 Democrats, 188 Democrats. It's our work, and this shouldn't be about politics. It should be about the people whom we serve. You fight for when you fight. You fight for people in this country who make this company work, who make this country work. We should come together and cut taxes for working families. We should cut taxes for companies that want to do production and intellectual property in this country. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, before you leave, I just want to say one of the things that Senator Brown often says in the Finance Committee is, whose side are you on? And Senator Brown always is on the side of communities where everybody has a chance to get ahead, not just the people at the top, but the small businesses and the kids and the working families, and we so appreciate that leadership. Next is Senator Whitehouse, and not only is he a valued member of the Finance Committee, but he uses the Budget Committee to focus on these kinds of priorities. We appreciate that. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman Wyden, Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
First of all, let me congratulate Senator Brown and Senator Casey for all the work that they've put into this effort, and Chairman Wyden for his negotiation to where we are right now. This is a big deal for Rhode Island. We actually tried the child tax credit during COVID. We know how it works. It helped 174,000 Rhode Island families through COVID. And what we saw is that it lifted many of them out of poverty. And what else we saw is that it enabled parents to get into the workforce. There is a phony narrative that if you give the child tax credit to families, they will just avoid work. Our experience was the opposite. Once you had child tax credit revenues and you could afford, for instance, child care for your kid, then you could go to work. And of course, we needed workforce through COVID, so people were paying attention to this. And that was our experience. This is a pro-child and pro-work tax credit. Now, you'd think it would be an easy slam dunk over here because it came through the House with a big bipartisan vote, and the corporate benefits included in this bill far exceed the family benefits included in this bill. So you'd think our Republican friends who are all about corporate tax benefits would be saying, hey, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, whatever the ratio is, we won this one big, let's close the deal. I support this even though it's a little bit out of balance. The Budget Committee did the work that showed the imbalance problem. We can always go back and solve the balance problem later. Families can't wait for the child tax credit. This really matters. I support this deal, and I also support having a memory as we go forward and as we further decorrupt our tax code about how to bring that better into balance. It ain't forever. The child tax credit is the key here. I'll only add that the low-income housing tax credit that is in here as well is extremely important. It's very important to Rhode Island. We have a housing crisis in Rhode Island. We have exactly 0 of our municipalities left in which it is affordable for the average family to be able to own a home. And we have one in which it is affordable to be able to rent a home. So we have a lot of work to do, and the low-income housing tax credit is a huge lift that allows our very expert and very able housing community to build more and revamp more and produce more housing to meet the needs and quell the crisis. So I'll close by thanking Chairman Wyden for his leadership and his skilled negotiations that have gotten us to this point, and my hopes that common sense, what's good for children, what's good for work, and what's good for the corporate sector can prevail here in the Senate.
Senator Whitehouse, thank you very much for your comments, and particularly you're talking about the immediacy of what's in this bill. I've had small businesses come to me, I'm sure Senator Hassan has too, and they say, look, if this is put off till 2025, you guys might have your debate then. I won't even be around to see it because I won't be able to make payroll and I won't have that R&D money. So I thank you for your comments. Senator Bennett has been in this fight since day one, really dedicated his public service to kids. Welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues for being here. I want to thank the presiding officer for who's been such a champion on all these tax credits, the Senator from Nevada for her leadership, and the Senator from New Hampshire as well for bringing together people of both sides of the aisle to work on this. It's been incredibly important. And you, Mr. Chairman, for your steadfast leadership over many, many years. And I'm not going to give everybody a long history lesson here, but you want to know why our politics are so messed up, why it feels like we're having these incredible disagreements and divisions and all of this in our politics. I believe there's one fundamental reason for it. And I think that fundamental reason is that people in America have lost a sense of having economic mobility for themselves and their families. You know, the whole idea of the American dream was that if you worked hard enough, that your kids were going to do better than you did, and that your grandkids were going to do better than they did. And that's been lost. You know, it's not irrecoverable, but there are so many families in Colorado, and Nevada, and New Hampshire, and Oregon that are going through the same stuff that people all over America is going through, which is they're working harder than ever before, and they're bringing less home. You know, and more of the benefit has been going for years and years and years to the people at the very top. That is the result of a real, philosophical approach to how to run an economy, which is called trickle-down economics or supply-side economics. It was something that Ronald Reagan led here, but I'm sad to say this, there were Democrats and Republicans who supported those tendencies for a long time. And the result of that is that today, the bottom half of Americans in our economy have less wealth than they did in 1980 when Ronald Reagan was president. We're the first generation of Americans, the people in this Senate, that are actually leaving less opportunity, not more, to our kids and our grandkids. That has never happened before in American history. Half the people that are in their 30s today are earning less than their parents did. And I heard my colleague from Rhode Island talking about housing in Rhode Island. You could say exactly the same thing in Colorado. There's not a single place in Colorado where people think they can afford housing because they can't. There is no workforce housing left, Mr. Chairman, as you and I have discussed, in the state of Colorado or the state of Oregon. And all that is a preface to saying, finally, we have a bill in front of us that doesn't just cut taxes for the biggest corporations and the wealthiest people in the country, but actually cuts taxes for working people. And amazingly, as has been said before, amazingly, it got 350 votes in the House. I know the chairman is fond of saying, like, you couldn't get that kind of a majority vote for what? Like apple pie, or who's your favorite, celebrity? And yet they were able to come together over there in the House of Representatives and pass a bill with 357 freaking votes. So we're going to put this on the floor. There's a lot of debate going on right now about, was this party for kids or that party for... I assume everybody is for kids. I assume that everybody, given the opportunity to vote for a piece of legislation that has that number of votes, that does not just the important work that this does for the child tax credit, but also does important work on the research and development tax credit that my colleague from New Hampshire has been such a leader on, that we're actually, when we get it here, we'll actually all vote for it. And then, Mr. Chairman, then I hope we come back next year and do the work we really need to do with the child tax credit, which is to once again show that we do not have to accept as a permanent feature of our economy or a permanent feature of democracy the disgraceful and immoral levels of childhood poverty we have in this country, that we know because President Biden put it in place several years ago, that we have a tool, the child tax credit, that will actually lift half the American children out of poverty and give them a fighting chance to contribute to our democracy and to our economy. This is one important step in that process. I urge everybody in this chamber to vote yes this week on this bill, because this will be your opportunity before we go home to demonstrate where we stand on behalf of the American people and their families.
Senator Bennett, you've been leading on these issues for a long time, and I want to take special note of a message for tomorrow. We've all been reading the press and the discussion about what's going on sometimes thousands of miles from here, and there's a debate about who's for kids. I want everybody to remember what Senator Bennett said. Tomorrow, every single senator can be for the kids. That's going to be our message for tomorrow. And by the way, our next speaker, our colleague from New Hampshire, really shows her support for that proposition because she's been a champ on small business issues. And as we went in to these debates, she pointed out, folks, we better be for the kids because kids who have an opportunity can be better workers down the road. And at every step of the way, she championed both kids and small businesses, my colleague from New Hampshire.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Wyden. Madam President, I rise to join my colleagues in urging members from both parties to come together and pass the bipartisan Wyden-Smith package to lower taxes for working families and for small businesses. And I want to add my thanks to my colleague from Colorado for his remarks, because this really is about making sure that our families and small businesses can get ahead and stay ahead. As you know, earlier this year, members from both parties in the House overwhelmingly passed a bipartisan package to cut taxes. Like any legislative compromise, it may not have included everything that people wanted, but it included common sense provisions that a majority of Americans agree on. And as my colleague from Colorado and the chairman have just said, it had provisions that not only a majority of Americans agree on, but a significant, really large, outsized majority of the United States House of Representatives agreed on. This bipartisan package to cut taxes includes provisions that would help keep our economy on the cutting edge by fully restoring critical research and design, R&D deductions, research and development, R&D deductions. This provision would give American creators and entrepreneurs the resources that they need to outcompete countries like China and help ensure that our country and our economy is second to none. I've been working on a bipartisan basis to pass this provision and have heard from small businesses in New Hampshire about the really tough financial decisions that they're making now that the full R&D deduction has expired. Not only would this tax cut package help us build a more innovative economy, it also helps make our economy work better for everyone through a bipartisan expansion of the child tax credit. We know that families are still struggling with the burdens of high costs. Expanding the child tax credit is a common sense, practical way to put more money back in the pockets of hardworking families. And this child tax credit provision would have helped families who have the most children, the families who, because of their higher number of children, have the most costs. There's a reason that a majority of Americans support these proposals. It's because they're good ideas that will make a difference in people's lives. But despite what our constituents are telling us in support of this legislation, despite the good faith bipartisan discussions that we have had, and despite the fact that the House was able to come together to overwhelmingly pass this bill, we still don't have an agreement on how to advance the bipartisan tax cut package this week. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have seemingly allowed partisan politics to interfere with good faith efforts to find a path forward. Despite this setback, I'm going to continue to work across party lines to pass the provisions of this bipartisan tax cut package. And I urge my colleagues to reconsider and come together to pass this legislation when it comes to a vote tomorrow. I understand that for some of my colleagues, this bipartisan tax cut package doesn't have everything that they might want. But we would be ill-advised to miss this window. We have the opportunity to lower taxes for the American people now. Hardworking families struggling to keep up with high costs, they aren't asking to expand the child tax credit a couple of years down the line. They want tax cuts so that they can keep more money in their pockets now. If we are serious about outcompeting China, we can't afford to simply hope that we pass legislation restoring the R&D tax credit in the future. No, we need to give American innovators, creators, and entrepreneurs the support that they need now. For many small businesses, even waiting another year will be too late. Because ultimately, the American people aren't asking for perfect legislation, nor do they care if an idea is red or blue. They care about results, and they don't want politics to get in the way of a good idea. So I urge my colleagues to come together and support this bipartisan tax cut package that will strengthen our economy, support our entrepreneurs, deliver for American families, and demonstrate that we can accomplish great things when we work together. Thank you, Madam President.
And what we've heard from our friend from New Hampshire, it's time for results, not just rhetoric. Our last speaker will be Senator Padilla, our friend from the West. Senator Padilla.
Madam President.
Senator from California.
Madam President, I too rise today in support of every parent across the country working multiple jobs to help put food on the table, parents who are now buying school supplies and clothes as their kids are preparing to go back to school, parents who are working hard just to afford basic child care. I rise in support of every American, including many in my home state of California, who are struggling to find housing that they can afford. And I rise today for every constituent of mine wondering why Senate Republicans continue to block a bill that passed with overwhelming bipartisan support in the House of Representatives. Because we know that the policies included in this measure are indeed bipartisan. In the bipartisan Wyden-Smith tax proposal, these measures are not controversial. We know they're actually effective, Madam President, because we've seen them work. In 2021, we saw an expanded child tax credit cut the rate of child poverty in our nation in half to historic lows. We also saw a 12.5% increase in the low-income housing tax credit allocation help finance the construction of affordable housing that communities across California and across the country are so desperately needed. So let's just kind of simplify this conversation here. We know these policies can work. We know these policies have worked. We know that letting them expire has been detrimental to so many parents, so many children, and so many communities across the country. And we have today an opportunity to do right by them once again. Madam President, this past week, the Park Fire and other wildfires continuing to burn in California have burned hundreds of thousands of acres. But in addition to that, they have reawakened painful memories of some of the worst wildfires in California history, many just in the last decade. So I also want to spend a moment to highlight what the disaster assistance provisions of this bill would mean for many, many families in my state. Now, earlier this month, the Los Angeles Times told the story of Rhea Abernathy, a 55-year-old woman living in Butte County in Northern California. 6 years ago, Rhea experienced devastation that most Americans couldn't even dream of, but to which many Californians have grown all too familiar. On one morning in November of 2018, Rhea woke up to see black smoke engulfing the land around her. Flames moving so fast that within hours, the entire town of Paradise, California, would be nothing but embers. Fortunately, Rhea acted quickly, and she was able to flee safely. But in order to save her life, she had to sacrifice all of her possessions. In what would become the deadliest wildfire in California history, the Camp Fire went on to burn everything that Rhea owned, and it leveled the town around her. And it claimed 85 lives, all because of a failed piece of equipment from a transmission tower that ignited the fire. So for 8 months, Rhea was forced to find shelter in a trailer alongside others, along a lot of her neighbors displaced by the same fire, living in the parking lot of a local church as they began the long, emotional path to rebuilding. And while she was eventually awarded an $80,000 legal settlement, her troubles were far from over. It turned out that Rhea would owe taxes on the settlement that she recovered. And that year, Rhea says, as she shared in the Times, quote, "I lost my whole history, and it's not coming back." But as devastating as Rhea's story is, she's not alone. Over 70,000 Californians have been impacted by the destruction of the Butte Fire, the North Bay Fire, and the Camp Fire. Now, when a fire victim is wading through the ashes of their former home and thinking about how to rebuild not just their homes, but their lives, the last thing that wildfire victims should have to worry about is how they're going to pay taxes on any settlement they receive. Madam President, disaster settlement funds are not income. Disaster settlement funds are not assets. It's compensation for what they've lost, and insufficient most of the time at that. But disaster settlement funds are also meant to be an opportunity to begin to rebuild your life, an opportunity that should not be diminished because our government tax codes are outdated. So I was proud to see that the Wyden-Smith tax package includes my bill, the Protect Innocent Victims of Taxation After Fire Act. It would make sure that people who have suffered from a heartbreaking wildfire can receive full compensation for their losses without the fear that their settlements will be subject to taxes. And it's not just for my constituents in California looking to rebuild. This bill would make sure that all recent and future wildfire victims throughout the country have access to their full settlements. It's a common sense, bipartisan solution to protect Americans at arguably the most difficult point in their lives. And for that reason, along with the historic provisions included in the package to make life more affordable for working families, I urge my Republican colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank my
yield the
colleague, and Senator Cornyn said I could just take a second to add on. I think my colleague from California has made a central point. In the West, in particular, we want to make sure that those who have been clobbered by these fires don't get clobbered again by an outdated tax code. So I am strongly in support of Senator Padilla's work. We have an opportunity to get it on the books tomorrow. If it passes tomorrow, it goes to the president, gets signed into law. I yield the floor, and I thank Senator Cornyn for his courtesy.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, this week my fellow Texans and people across the country will be celebrating the life and legacy of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Like some of the best-known Texans, from George Bush to Simone Biles, Sheila wasn't born in Texas, but as we like to say, she got there as soon as she could. She was born in New York, but she and her husband, Elwin, chose to plant roots in Texas, and it didn't take long for her to become a leader in the Houston region. She was a lawyer, then a judge, then a city council member, and finally a member of the United States House of Representatives. When I came to the Senate, I quickly learned a few important qualities about Sheila. Number one, she was passionate, very passionate. Sheila was honored to represent the 18th Congressional District, and she cared deeply about her role as a voice for those constituents here in Congress. Two, she was persistent. Some might even say relentless. She was never afraid to pick up the phone or track you down and try to convince you to see things her way on an issue. And third, she was willing to cross party lines to get things done. Despite our opposing political parties, Sheila and I partnered on a number of bills to notch bipartisan wins for our state. Along with the rest of the Texas delegation, she helped secure critical resources and disaster assistance after numerous storms and hurricanes, which always seem to find their way to the southeast region of Texas. We worked on bills to support survivors of sexual assault and violence, including the Debbie Smith Act, which was just signed into law this week. We passed a law that serves as a first step toward establishing the Emancipation National Historic Trail, which will stretch from Galveston to Houston. And 3 years ago, we led legislation to establish Juneteenth as a federal holiday, something that existed in Texas for the last 40 years, because Juneteenth celebrates something very important that happened in Galveston, Texas, when 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the African-American slaves in that region learned for the first time that they were indeed free. Sheila was a true stateswoman. She was a Texan through and through, and she devoted her life to serving the people of Houston. We'll miss Sheila, both in Texas and in the halls of Congress. And Sandy and I send our prayers for comfort to Elwin, Jason, Erica, Ellison, Roy, and the entire Lee family. Madam President, on another matter, yesterday the Senate notched a major bipartisan victory by processing a package of bills to keep kids safe online. Members of both sides of the aisle celebrated the return to good old-fashioned legislating but unfortunately that was short-lived. We know the majority leader has teed up another yet designed to fail vote tomorrow before gaveling out for the month of August. In other words, we have maybe 2 days or maybe 1 day at the most that will actually be in session until September sometime. And then we're only scheduled to be in session about 3 weeks out of that month, out all of October. So even though we have almost 100 days to the election, we have just a handful of days which the majority leader has scheduled us to be in session. Why he would decide after 6 months to put a tax bill on the floor, knowing we would be leaving the next day, is beyond me. It does not strike me as a serious effort to legislate. In addition, as the presiding officer knows, the House Ways and Means Committee had a chance to weigh in on this. The Senate Finance Committee, on which we both serve, has not had an opportunity to even shape this piece of legislation at all. The chairman of the Finance Committees declined to have a markup of the bill in the Finance Committee, which I think would have enhanced the chances that we ultimately would get a bill approved by both chambers and on the president's desk. But these designed to fail votes, or show votes as you might call them, have become a familiar exercise in the chamber. In the last few months, the majority leader has scheduled show votes on bills that were guaranteed to fail, but maybe provided a talking point or two on the campaign trail. The Senate has held show votes, and by that I mean votes that are not designed to pass legislation that has not been processed through the committees to try to build consensus to seek if we can get a majority or supermajority of the Senate behind them. The majority leader has scheduled these show votes on bills relating to the border, to contraception, to abortion, to in vitro fertilization, and now tax policy. All designed to fail show votes, not serious legislating. At the beginning of this year, the House passed the bill I referred to a moment ago that made significant changes to the America's tax system. It was negotiated by the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, our Democratic colleague, Ron Wyden, and the head of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, a Republican. They released a framework of this agreement in mid-January. The Ways and Means Committee immediately scheduled hearings and a markup, and by the end of January, this bill was passed, and passed with broad bipartisan support, admittedly. Given the partisanship that often grips Congress, advancing a bipartisan tax bill is no small feat, but they only got it half of the way there. They cleared the House, but we are the Senate, and we have our ability and, frankly, the need, if you're going to build bipartisan consensus, to be able to shape that legislation here in this body, starting on the Finance Committee. The Senate is not a rubber stamp. It was never intended to be, and it isn't today. Members of both chambers have a responsibility to evaluate and shape legislation before it goes to the president's desk. But you don't put a major tax bill on the floor after waiting 6 months, the day before we're supposed to break for August, and with very little time left before now and the election, between now and the election. Republicans and Democrats alike would like to see some changes to this bill, but of course, if we were to get on the bill, I'm confident the majority leader, because there isn't much time, would simply prohibit any real debate and amendment process and then try to jam this bill through the Senate. There are a number of things I would like to see addressed in the bill. I've voiced my concerns about the watered-down work requirement for the child tax credit, which would allow parents with zero earnings for a year to be eligible for a refundable tax credit. In other words, able-bodied individuals should be working and contributing to the welfare of their family. and should not receive means-tested benefits when, in fact, the reason why they have no income is because they chose not to work. We cannot provide monetary incentives for able-bodied workers to stay out of the job market. Some of our Democratic colleagues have announced their opposition to this bill because of the pro-jobs tax reforms. But the bottom line is this: members of both sides of the aisle oppose this bill for various reasons. And there's one easy way to address those concerns. Move the bill through the committee process where we can shape the bill in both chambers and then bring it to the floor and allow for debate and an open amendment process. We know how to do this. That's the way the Senate should operate, and it's the way it used to operate. The Wyden-Smith tax bill passed the House in late January. So why did the majority leader wait until August 1st to bring the bill to the floor, knowing we would be breaking for the rest of the summer the next day? Right after the House passed this legislation, I asked Senator Wyden, the chairman of the Finance Committee, to schedule a markup, but he refused. He showed no interest in giving senators a voice in this legislation. Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I didn't come to the Senate to be a spectator while this legislation moved across the Senate floor. I expect to represent the 30 million people that I have the honor of representing on each and every piece of legislation that comes across the floor of the Senate or through the committees of jurisdiction. At any time in the last 6 months, the chairman of the Finance Committee could have scheduled a Finance Committee markup to allow members to try to improve the bill, but he simply refused. And the majority leader could have made this a priority for floor consideration by scheduling a vote in February or March or maybe April or maybe May or June. But he didn't. When did he schedule the vote? For tomorrow, August the 1st. He knows that's not adequate time for us to do what we would need to do in order to represent our constituents in the way that they have come to expect and the way they deserve. He could have carved out a little bit of floor time that otherwise has been used to vote on some of the nominations, but he didn't. Over and over again, he's refused to move this legislation through the regular order of the Senate, and then sat on the bill intentionally for 6 months and waited into the final hour before a 5-week recess to bring it to the floor. That's why we call this a show vote. It's not for real. But in light of the run-up to the election, this will be, I assume, a campaign talking point that Democrats will try to use to bludgeon their Republican opponents. In case there's any confusion, the rushed vote on the Wyden-Smith tax bill is not an honest attempt to pass legislation. Well, all this boils down to the fact that Democrats are offering two options on a bill that's not even been the subject of a hearing or markup here in the Senate. Take it or leave it. Those are the options that were presented. I, Madam President, will vote to leave it. Leave it to next year when we know, as President Biden has said, he wants all of these tax provisions that expire next year to expire, which will be a $3 trillion tax increase on the American people. 62% of taxpayers will see a tax increase. So we will revisit all of these matters next year. And we believe we can come up with a better product, one which will better serve American families and better help jumpstart our economy once again. Given the fact that the Senate needs to complete things like paying the bills, appropriations, the defense authorization bill, the farm bill, all of which need to be done before the end of this year, I don't see any window for wide-ranging debate on this topic, and it doesn't deserve a short shrift. So I hope we will next year revisit this topic, and I can guarantee that we will have the kind of debate I'm talking about if Senator Crapo becomes the chairman of the Finance Committee and we have a new majority come January. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to address something that is not getting done on time as it deserves to be done on the Senate floor, and that is the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act. I'm very pleased to see my fellow senator from the great state of Mississippi, who is the ranking member on this committee, and he has spent numerous hours and days and weeks working this bill, but also educating members and senators as to how important this is. The National Defense Authorization Act, or the NDAA as we call it, is an annual display of support for the national security of our country here in the United States Congress. In fact, we have passed the NDAA for 63 consecutive years. This bipartisan legislation supports our troops, supports our national security, and strengthens the capabilities of the U.S. military. In a time when we face some of the most dangerous security environments since World War II, the NDAA should be one of our top legislative priorities. But unfortunately, Leader Schumer just doesn't seem to agree. And with the support of my Democrat colleagues, Leader Schumer has spent much of the summer on messaging votes that are crafted with no true intention of making a law, nominations for federal entities, which we're going to be doing all day today, and the confirmation of judges that have, some of them, no business serving on the bench. This is not what the American people sent us to do for our country. The urgent need to pass the NDAA becomes obvious when you take into account what is currently happening in the world around us. First, our ally and friend Israel is under attack by Iran and its terrorist clients. Last week, we welcomed President Benjamin Netanyahu for a joint address to Congress, and he detailed the stark reality that his country is facing. Just a few days ago, we learned the devastating news that 12 children and teenagers were killed by a Hezbollah strike while innocently playing on a soccer field. We know that Iran is the aggressor behind these attacks, and we know that they are doing all they can to grow their nuclear capabilities as well. Imagine the dangers of a nuclear-armed Iran and what that means for the stability in the Middle East. The last 24 hours alone have shown the rapid pace at which the Middle East security environment is changing. Israel is showing that it has the will and the capability to fight back against their aggressors, and I stand strongly in support with this ally. Second, there is a large-scale ground war going on in Europe for the first time since World War II, and we know that Putin's territorial ambition and aggressions extend far beyond the Ukraine. Third, we are witnessing an unprecedented military buildup by China, accompanied by aggressions against Taiwan, the Philippines, Japan, and other partners in the region. This summer alone, China aggression in the South China Sea has threatened to spark a dangerous conflict with the Philippines, a country that has a mutual defense treaty with these United States. And just 5 days ago, I feel like everything's week to week, 5 days ago, 2 Chinese and 2 Russian nuclear-capable bombers were detected near the coast of Alaska, prompting U.S. fighter jets to intercept these aircrafts. This is the first time we've seen this type of joint strategic bombing training between China and Russia in their no-limits partnership. Throughout all of this, we are watching China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea reinforce one another in their aggression. They are supporting one another and sharing resources
to achieve objectives directly opposed to the United States, our way of life, and our values. If that doesn't raise alarm bells, I just don't know what will. On top of this, the National Defense Commission, charged with assessing our nation's preparedness for future conflict, gave us a pretty stark warning this week, which was, and I quote, "The U.S. is facing the most challenging threats we've seen since 1945, and we aren't ready for it." According to this report, the Biden National Defense Strategy simply doesn't prepare us to deter or prevail in a future conflict. According to one headline, the Pentagon has insufficient forces, inadequate, to face China and Russia. Here again, we cannot wait. We have to get serious about our national security. As I mentioned Senator Wicker, he understands this. That's why he's released a proposal to help us repair our anemic military so that we are not at our lowest number of aircraft, ships, and munitions when China is building to their highest. It is clear that now is the time to invest in our military, our personnel, and our capabilities. We can do that and send a clear message to both our allies and our adversaries by passing a strong and robust NDAA. American leadership on the world stage has long been defined by peace through strength. But in order to do that, we must invest in strength first. The NDAA authorizes programs the Department of Defense needs to replenish and grow our military stockpiles, and to invest in innovation and modernization programs we might need for a future fight. The NDAA will make critical upgrades to our nuclear, hypersonic, missile defense, and our space programs, and restore the arsenal of democracy by ensuring our country's ammo plants have the tools they need to modernize amid increasing demands for munitions. These are the facilities like the Allegheny Ballistics Laboratory, which proudly operates in my home state of West Virginia. It also invests directly in the men and women of our military, providing a 4.5% pay raise for service members and increasingly increasing that monthly pay for our junior enlisted troops as well. I've also worked to ensure provisions for my own state of West Virginia and how we can contribute to building our military and strengthening our national defense. It supports upgrades and operations at the Air National Guard facilities like the 130th Airlift Wing in Charleston, West Virginia. It directs that the U.S. Army moves forward on testing and fielding active protection systems on Army ground combat vehicles to implement lessons learned from watching the failure of Russian tanks in Ukraine, and some of that testing is being done in West Virginia. The bill supports the resilience of undersea cables used by the Department of Defense to make certain that critical missions are not disrupted, and provisions that move our country away from reliance on foreign sources for critical precursor chemicals used for the manufacture of U.S. weapons. These are just a handful of the provisions included in the NDAA, but they speak to the importance of the legislation and the steps we need to take now to make sure that our military remains ready for any conflict that we may face in the future. The crux of the issue is this. The House of Representatives passed their version of the NDAA on June the 14th. The Senate Armed Services Committee approved our version of the NDAA the day before that. That would be June 13th. And we've heard absolutely nothing from the Democrat leader about when he will bring this vital leadership to the floor for debate and consideration. So we're wasting the time of the American people on show votes and inconsequential nominees. Republicans are demanding action. We want to continue to point out the danger of sidelining our national security priorities. There is a desperate need for American leadership on the world stage, and a strong bipartisan National Defense Authorization Act helps us to get there. So I encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to please recognize that. And with that, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Madam President, I want to congratulate and thank my colleague from West Virginia for her remarks and for her leadership to make America strong again so that we can have peace through strength. The distinguished senator mentioned a hearing that the Armed Services Committee had yesterday. Our witnesses were two distinguished experts in the field of national security. The Democrat who testified before us was none other than former Representative Jane Harman of California, a high-ranking committee chair when she was in the House of Representatives, a loyal Democrat, but someone who understands that we are not where we need to be under this administration when it comes to national defense. The other witness was Eric Edelman, a very distinguished diplomat and ambassador. And their message was absolutely, as the senator said, the United States is not ready to face and to face down and to deter this axis of aggression that threatens the United States, as we have not been threatened since 1945. Those are not my words. Those are the words of this bipartisan commission on a unanimous basis. We are more threatened as a nation than we have been since 1945, and we know what was happening during that decade. Now, just over a year ago, Madam President, in a late-night vote after a long, long day, 86 senators stood together, passed the National Defense Authorization Act, and advanced American security. As I say, we had spent a full day with debate. We had 24 roll calls. We passed 121 amendments, the most ever adopted on the floor for such a bill, and we overwhelmingly passed the Senate version of the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. We did it in the light of day so that every American could see how their senators stood on important issues. That was last year. Over the past several days, we could have done the same thing with this year's National Defense Authorization Act. We could have followed the same procedure. But for whatever reason, and I'll speculate on those reasons, the Senate Majority Leader has allowed politics to stand in the way of such progress, of our national security obligations, preventing Americans from seeing in the light of day how their elected senators feel on some very controversial issues, of taking up this important legislation that we do every year in an open process. The United States Senate Armed Services Committee has worked hard this year to develop our 2025 NDAA. It's a bill that reflects the overwhelming bipartisan consensus of the committee. And I'm pleased to report, and Americans now know, that in a bipartisan vote, the committee added a $25 billion budget top-line increase specifically designed to address the rising threats of this axis of aggressors: China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and their proxies. We're entering a long presidential leadership transition period, and we need to present a strong front to that axis of aggressors that present, as the Commission unanimously said, the most dangerous threat we've had since 1945. The tyrants of these adversaries are watching our every move. They know we haven't taken up this bill in an open process. They're looking for every vulnerability. By passing the NDAA under regular order, we could have shown them that the United States Senate backs our service members to the hilt, and we intend to repair the damage that has occurred to our national defense. Instead, Majority Leader Schumer has allowed the bill to collect dust. The $25 billion top-line increase was a bipartisan choice, and I am grateful to members on both sides of the aisle for supporting that in the committee. But the majority leader has somehow been afraid that the vote, although passed in a bipartisan measure, would reflect badly on the Biden-Harris administration. The political partisanship caused him to prevent a full debate on the NDAA. Basically, there are a number of sensitive leftist issues that the leader wants to prevent some of his vulnerable members from having to vote on. Pure and simple. We shouldn't let political calculations dictate our national security decisions. Our enemies are working together, and we are not prepared to defend against them. Don't ask this senator from Mississippi. Ask the bipartisan commission. Our enemies are helping each other sow chaos around the world. In Israel, Ukraine, the Indo-Pacific, Venezuela, where an election was stolen just a few days ago. A snapshot of events from the past week gives us a glimpse of this trend. On Wednesday of last week, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke before Congress. In my opinion, his remarks were among the most stirring and profound speeches ever delivered to a joint session of Congress. In clear and factual language, Prime Minister Netanyahu testified to the threat from Iran and its proxies. Iran is backing Hamas and Hezbollah, two terrorist organizations who seek nothing short of the elimination of the Jewish state in Israel. Iran has armed the Houthis, another terrorist group who barrage our Navy sailors in the Red Sea. The same day as the Prime Minister's address, Russia and China performed their first ever joint military flight exercise, first ever in history, Russia and China together. And they did it directly approaching Alaskan airspace, American airspace. The following day, U.S. prosecutors brought charges against the North Korean operative with cyber attacks on American hospitals and military assets. This is dangerous. Over the weekend, Hezbollah continued assaulting Israel from the north. The terrorist group launched a horrific rocket attack, killing 12 Israeli children on a soccer field. On a soccer field, Madam President. These incidents are not isolated. Each aggressor receives growing support and encouragement from the others, and they follow up on the atrocious October 7th terrorist attack that killed so many Israeli and American civilians, babies, women, children, husbands and wives last year. Yesterday, the Senate Armed Services Committee heard testimony from the National Defense Strategy, as the distinguished senator from West Virginia said, and I would again emphasize that they didn't mince words. They agree with the recommendation of my white paper that the United States needs to get back to Ronald Reagan's peace through strength and spend up to 5% of our gross domestic product on our security. We need to develop the kind of strength that keeps the axis of aggressors from growing stronger. We need to develop the kind of strength that keeps the Axis aggressors from doing anything foolish that would plunge the world into a war. Leader Schumer should appreciate the stakes and urgency of this moment, and they need to act now, to send a strong message now, and to do it with the sun shining on it in the light of day. He should have brought the bipartisan NDAA to the floor instead of covering up for the Biden-Harris administration. Instead of shielding vulnerable Democrats from issues like the left-wing social policy that is being forced on our military, and from using the Department of Defense resources to preventing our DOD from securing the border and take on the cartels. There's no time to waste. While the Democratic leader avoids tough votes, our adversaries launch more missiles. When our leaders place politics above strong defense policy, when America shows weakness, more towns elsewhere fall into the hands of evil regimes. In this moment of heightened global instability, we have missed a chance to project the kind of American strength that promotes peace. And because of the leader's actions, we will not be able to take this bill up. In the light of day, it will be written in secret by a handful of people in a closed room, and that will be the final version. I regret this. I'm sorry that the leader has missed a great opportunity to send a strong signal to our enemies in the light of day and to let American people know how their elected senators stand on these important issues. I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank my colleague and the ranking member for his comments and his leadership on armed services. We meet at a time of increasing peril for our country. The threats we face, they're demanding attention in a way that we haven't seen in decades. From the Middle East to Europe, the Indo-Pacific, weakness and moral bankruptcy from the Biden-Harris administration have allowed chaos to spread around the globe. In the Middle East, Israel's in a fight for survival against genocidal Hamas terrorists and other terrorist proxies from Iran. These forces of evil are bent not only on the complete annihilation of the Jewish state, but on the destruction of the United States as well. In Ukraine, Russia continues its vicious war of aggression by continuing to commit war crimes against innocent civilians and threatening the very stability of Europe. In the Indo-Pacific, China is saber-rattling and taking provocative action towards Taiwan and the Philippines. The aim of the Chinese Communist Party is clear. They're determined to displace the United States as the dominant world superpower. Now, if this were to occur, the consequences would be staggering for America, and I say yes, the world's security and economic well-being. We know that the answer to all these crises is the one thing that's been missing for the last 3.5 years, and that is American strength, particularly America's military superiority. This year's NDAA, or the National Defense Strategic Commission report, has made clear that the dire threats we face can only be confronted if America's military might is strengthened. Our enemies won't relent if America takes a step backwards. Our diplomatic efforts will never be successful if they're not backed up by the real threat of overwhelming military force. Simply put, in order to be a strong nation, our military must also be strong. Now, I'm proud to say that my home state of North Carolina plays a leading role in our national defense. The Old North State is blessed to be home to 8 active military bases. And it's got thousands of active duty service members and veterans and their families as well. As a member of the Armed Services Committee, I see it as my responsibility to do everything that I can to support our military and to keep it strong. I'm particularly proud of the work that the committee did this year on the National Defense Authorization Act to combat the growing threats posed by China, Russia, Iran, and the dangerous individuals coming across our own southern border. In this dangerous world, the U.S. Senate should prioritize the passage of the NDAA. We shouldn't procrastinate, and we shouldn't play politics with it. We should put it on the floor, have a full amendment process, and let everyone debate the issues. It's pretty simple. But don't be fooled by the political calendar. The Democrat majority, they could make the time if they really wanted to do it. But instead, they're prioritizing politics. They're holding show votes on messaging bills designed to fundraise from their political base. Now, this does a massive disservice not only to the men and women serving overseas who depend on us, but it also sends yet another message of weakness and division to the world at a time when our enemies see the United States as weaker than we have ever been. So my message to the majority is this. If you care about keeping America a strong nation, if you care about American leadership in the world, if you care about U.S. troops stationed here and abroad, put the NDAA on the floor so that we can do our job. Thank you. I yield the floor.
The senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I want to join my colleagues here on the Senate floor and talk about the importance of national security right here in the Congress of the United States. Is certainly one of our top priorities, protecting our nation. You know, President Ronald Reagan, who very much focused on the issue of peace through strength, and I'm going to talk about that here in a minute, Madam President, he once said, quote, "We know only too well that war comes not when the forces of freedom are strong, but when they are weak. It is then that the tyrants are tempted." It is then that the tyrants are tempted. Well, Madam President, tyrants like this guy, that's Xi Jinping sporting some camis there with his military. Tyrants like this guy and the tyrants around the world, they are tempted. They are tempted. They are on the march. Look at this poster. That's Xi Jinping again in his military uniform. Kind of looks ridiculous from my perspective, but hey, they're on the march. Putin, the terrorists in Iran, Kim Jong-un in North Korea, Venezuela, for goodness sakes. All the tyrants are working together, and they are on the march because the forces of freedom, as President Reagan said, have become weak. And look, Madam President, you've heard it from my colleagues from North Carolina, Mississippi. We're on the armed services together. By the way, they're both doing a great job. I'll make sure we can see that. Thank you. And yet, this body is not taking up what we need to take up. So just a couple examples. Senator Budd was talking about the chaos in the Middle East, the appeasement of Iran by the Biden-Harris administration. By the way, in my great state, just this past week, we had a joint Russian-Chinese strategic bomber patrol come into our ADIZ, into the kind of territorial airspace right near Alaska. Never happened before. In the history of the country, the Chinese and Russians joint bomber patrols with fighters coming into American airspace. The tyrants, this guy, they're tempted. They've never done that before, Madam President. And we heard about this. We all know this started due to the botched, chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan that has sent the message of weakness. Now, our wonderful military up in Alaska, they scrambled. 10 fighter jets, fully armed, went and greeted the Chinese and the Russians and said, "Not today, guys. Turn around, get out of our airspace." But that was an escalation, Madam President. Never happened before. In the United States, we need to be stronger, much stronger than the Biden-Harris administration has enabled us to be. So what can we do here on the Senate floor, Madam President? Well, what we can do, and you've heard my colleagues talk about it, is that we can bring up the National Defense Authorization Act. Like a lot of my colleagues who have been talking on the floor right now, I serve on the Armed Services Committee, was glad to work on this bill in a bipartisan way. I saw Chairman Reed here a minute ago on the floor. He did a great job, the chairman of the committee. We dramatically increased the top line number that we need in terms of our military, the men and women who did the mission like they did last week in Alaska. By the way, that's not an easy mission, flying 1,000 miles from their base to go intercept Russians and Chinese with fighters. That was not an easy mission. Our military members did it really well. But here's the issue, Madam President. For so many of my Democratic colleagues, especially the majority leader, the military and bringing the NDAA on the floor is just not a priority. I mean, no offense to some of the people we're confirming right now, but these are not priorities. The time on the Senate floor reflects priorities. And the majority leader has kind of indicated, hey, even though we got a good NDAA, even though our country is in peril right now with the dictators on the march, even though the House already passed a version, the Senate, forget it. We'll do like a tax judge. and we won't bring the NDAA to the floor. Now, I know a lot of Democrats who worked hard. The presiding officer is one who worked hard on this bill. A lot of my Democrat colleagues want the bill on the floor. For whatever reason, the Senate Majority Leader, during this dangerous time, will not bring a bipartisan bill strengthening our military to the floor. Why won't he do that, Madam President? Why won't he do that? Well, I will say there is a major, major difference between our parties. Major difference. What is that difference? Well, I like to proudly proclaim that the Republicans have been, are, and I hope will always be, the party of peace through strength. Peace through strength. By the way, Madam President, if you take a look at the Republican Party platform that we issued in Milwaukee at our convention a couple weeks ago, it's all about returning to peace through strength. That's what the platform's about. By the way, I took a look at the Republican Party platform in 2024 and the Reagan-Bush platform in 1984 on peace through strength. They're almost identical. That's what we believe in. That's what President Eisenhower believed in, Roosevelt, Reagan, President Trump certainly did in his first term. And here's the difference, Madam President, and I know some of my colleagues don't like it when I say this, but hey, the truth hurts. The Democrats are the opposite of this. When the Democrats have gotten into power in the White House, what do? They always come and cut defense spending, and they always undermine readiness. That's why the Senate Majority Leader is saying, I don't want to bring the NDAA to the floor. That's not our priority. We don't do that. Let me just give a couple examples. Jimmy Carter cut defense spending in his first 3 years in office, and the Russians and Iranians took advantage of America's weakened posture. Bill Clinton cut the size of our military by 1/3, upending a decade of progress under the Reagan and George H.W. Bush administrations. Barack Obama slashed the Pentagon's budget by 25% during his second term. Our military readiness plummeted. I remember coming to the Senate in 2015. I was the ranking member on the Readiness Subcommittee and was shocked to see 3 out of 58 brigade combat teams in the U.S. Army were at their highest levels of readiness. 3 out of 58. Obama slashed readiness. And of course, now we have the Biden administration. Madam President, every year, this president, Biden-Harris, have been in office, they've cut defense spending every single year. This year's Biden-Harris budget shrinks the Army, shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Marine Corps. That's a fact. Next year's budget, in the next 2 years, if the Biden-Harris team are reelected, we will go below 3% of GDP. Take a look at this chart. Shows these are the numbers on GDP. That's 15% during the Korean War, 8-9% during Vietnam, Cold War, Reagan era, 5.5%, Bush, about 4.5%. Right here, 3%. We've been below 3% of GDP 4 times since World War II. That is the wrong message to be sending the dictators in the world. That's what the Biden-Harris budget for the Department of Defense does right now. Now, we can fix this. We can work on the NDAA, which, as I mentioned, in a bipartisan way, we significantly increased the top-line budget. I want to commend Roger Wicker, Senator from Mississippi, ranking member on the Armed Services Committee, for his great leadership on that. By the way, the White House was against that. They love going below 3%. And during the Biden-Harris administration, you'll crank up spending for other federal agencies by double digits, some up 20%. But Homeland Security, securing the border, and our military men and women, they get a cut. Again, that's what National Democrats do. Our tradition is what the American people want, particularly during these dangerous times. Peace through strength. And one way we can do that right now on the Senate floor is to bring the NDAA to the floor. To bring the NDAA to the floor. And yet, the Senate Majority Leader doesn't want to do that. Not surprising, that's the tradition of National Democrats. Weakening our military, not taking it seriously, not a priority. But that's not what the American people want, Madam President. We need the NDAA to the floor now, during these dangerous times. And my colleagues and I'm glad to be with him on the floor, with all of them on the floor. By the way, I'm pretty sure there'd be some Democrat senators calling for this too. They're not doing it right now, but we need it on the floor today, and I'm honored to be here with so many Republican senators making the same call. I yield the floor.
The senator from Florida.
Madam President, we shouldn't be here giving speeches about the National Defense Authorization Act. We should be here on the Senate floor voting on the National Defense Authorization Act. Once again, as he has done year after year since I've been here, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is refusing to advance this critical bill to set the policy and funding levels for America's armed forces. Washington's failure to move legislation forward is always frustrating. But the Majority Leader's refusal to act on the NDAA, a bill which passed with strong bipartisan support out of the Armed Services Committee more than a month ago, is more than frustrating, it's actually dangerous. Every single day, our enemies, Communist China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea, are actively working with one single goal in mind: to dominate the world stage by destroying the American way of life. And without some of the good policy in the NDAA we passed out of committee a month ago becoming law, Communist China has tools at its disposal to do great harm to our country. Our country has fallen into a trap of dependence on our enemies, like Communist China, for everything from drugs to food, and we've got to stop that today. When the Senate fails to quickly advance the NDAA, as Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has done year after year, it sends a strong message to our enemies that military strength and cutting dependence on our enemies is not a priority for the U.S. Congress. It's a dangerous and unacceptable to allow that message to go out to the world, especially as we watch war after war erupt around the globe, thanks to the weakness and appeasement of the Biden-Harris administration. I hope we can all come together and recognize that we cannot be depending on Communist China for our medicine, technology, or food, especially if we're at war. The time is now to get serious about securing U.S. interest and decoupling our supply chains from Communist China. As a body, we must demand action today. I'm a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, along with my colleague who's presiding, and the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Personnel. So I know firsthand how much hard work has gone into crafting a good bill that is essential to maintaining America's military as the most lethal fighting force on the planet. But this bill does so much more than that. The NDAA isn't simply a reauthorization of our military and support programs. This bill sets the policy that ensures America's armed forces are on the cutting edge of innovation to not just win wars, but to deter threats from our enemies, because they know they stand no chance of victory in a conflict with the United States. Try as they might to project weakness, President Biden and Vice President Harris thankfully do not have a hand in crafting this legislation. Thank God that's the case. Through the NDAA, we can ensure that the woke vision for the U.S. military that Biden and Harris wish for does not become reality. Nothing could be more important to protecting our nation and our men and women in uniform than that. Unfortunately, I fear that is the exact reason why Majority Leader continues to stall and refuses to bring this legislation to a vote on the Senate floor. The NDAA also ensures our military families are taken care of as they make sacrifices each and every day to support our warfighters and keep America safe. Much of that work is reflected in the big wins we have in this NDAA for my home state of Florida. The U.S. military is incredibly important to Florida. We're home to 21 military bases and 3 unifying combatant commands, nearly 64,000 active duty military, 38,000 reservists, and more than 1.5 million veterans. For our service members and their families, I fought aggressively in this NDA to secure a 4.5% pay raise, along with many of my colleagues. We've continued our work to support military families and expand access to affordable on-base childcare by securing $3 million for Child Development Center construction in the Florida Panhandle. We've also included language in this bill to eliminate disgusting Chinese garlic from our on-base grocery stores, so no family feeding their family through our on-base commissaries is forced to buy Chinese sewer garlic. Remember, Chinese-grown garlic is widely reported to be grown in human sewage, then bleached and harvested in abhorrent conditions, often with slave labor. And with Russian warships recently 90 miles off our shores, Communist China building a spy base in Cuba, and growing partnership between Communist China, Russia, and Iran with Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, we made sure that Homestead Air Force Base in South Florida will continue to serve a critical mission for years to come and protect our nation from the growing threats posed by our enemies in Latin America. I'm also proud to have personally fought for and secured big wins for the United States against Communist China, including making sure the Department of Defense buys generic drugs made in the United States of America to cut dependence on our enemies for these essential medicines. We cannot continue to rely on enemies like Communist China for essential medicines. Through this NDA, I'm also fighting to stop the Department of Defense purchase of Chinese computers and printers which pose a threat to our national security when connected to secure networks. Passing this bill will prevent the DoD from procuring LiDAR technology for manned or unmanned systems from companies based in Communist China, unless granted explicit congressional approval. It also supports research and development efforts to enhance the United States' commercial space-based LiDAR capabilities. We will authorize a report on the operational value of the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, given the concerning relationship the government of Qatar has with Hamas and other terrorist organizations, as well as the continuing hostility to the state of Israel and other U.S. interests. And thank God, one of the leaders of Hamas is not alive today. As we provide support for Israel, America's great ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, with U.S.-Israel counter-tunneling cooperation, and an increase of $47.5 million for U.S.-Israel cooperation on emerging technology. Madam President, the United States is at a critical moment where military strength is essential to preserving our national security and fending off the threats of tyranny and terrorism that are rising around the globe. The NDA reflects what must be done to combat the threats posed by our enemies in Communist China, Iran, and Russia, protect our allies and partners in Israel, the Philippines, and across Europe, and protect and grow our military strength in Florida, where we have massive defense assets that are critical to our national security. A strong defense is key to protecting the freedoms that make America great. I will never lose sight of one of the most important roles I have as a U.S. Senator, to protect and serve the families of our great nation. I look forward to working closely with my colleagues to make sure we are protecting our national security and investing in America's greatest asset, the men and women of our armed forces. I want to thank Chairman Reed, Ranking Member Wicker, and all my colleagues on the Armed Services Committee for their leadership on these important issues. I am proud of the work we have done and again call for Majority Leader Schumer to stop stalling now and put this bill on the floor today. We cannot afford to send any signal of weakness at this time of growing threats and instability around the globe. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
The senator from Nebraska.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that myself and Senator Tuberville be permitted to speak for up to 7 minutes, Senator Cardin for up to 10 minutes, and Senator Tillis for up to 2 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, as election season approaches, our political discourse has been heated, to say the least. From an assassination attempt a couple of weeks ago to destructive protests across Washington last week, the friction within America is undeniable. My colleagues and I are here today to discuss one of the things Americans do agree on: defending our nation. We all see the tension simmering around Taiwan and South Korea, and the tension exploding in Israel and Ukraine. And we see the threats China and Russia pose to our nation. These threats are decades in the making, and while they sound far away, they are, after all, around the other side of the world. The close connections between the security of the world's democracies and the economies of the world mean that these developments impact our everyday lives. America should have woken up and gotten ahead years ago. But at the very least, we must wake up now. The most critical job we have in the United States Senate is providing for our national security. And we do that through our National Defense Authorization Act. We passed the NDAA out of the Senate Armed Services Committee last month with bipartisan approval. It includes provisions that will benefit our service members and that will bolster our national defense. I supported a pay raise for members of our military and secured funding for several Nebraska military construction projects. This year's NDAA also included important provisions to address issues within the munitions industrial base, contributing to thousands of good-paying jobs throughout the country while providing for our national security. The bill incorporated elements of my Restoring American Deterrence Act to foster a skilled nuclear manufacturing and vocational trade workforce. We heard about the importance of that need at our SASC hearing yesterday, when members received the report from the Commission on the National Defense Strategy. I'm hopeful that the full Senate will recognize the bipartisan importance of passing the NDAA, just as we did on the Armed Services Committee. But before we can do that, Majority Leader Schumer must prioritize bringing the NDAA up for a vote. Just as these threats impact our everyday lives, so also does our response, or lack thereof. This is a matter of urgency. Our defense is not something we can deal with in 5 years, in 10 years. It's something that we must address now, and we better get started. If we fail to ensure that we can produce munitions at scale, we will run out of missiles within weeks of a conflict. If we fail to field and equip a modernized Navy, Marine Corps, Army, Air Force, or Space Force, one day she will think, maybe we can win. Preventing that day will prevent a conflict that would touch the life of every American citizen in ways this country hasn't seen since the Second World War. The majority leader should have reflected that by bringing the NDAA to the floor before the August state work period. And now, he needs to bring it to the floor as soon as possible. But instead of doing our most important constitutional job, we've been seeing political show votes on the floor of the United States Senate. America's safety is a bipartisan responsibility, a bipartisan duty that requires bipartisan commitment. Let's show Americans that despite all the fights and disagreements, we can unite in the Senate around the most important issues. We can prioritize our security, and we can and we must pass this year's NDAA. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam President. On October 23, 1983, terrorists killed 241 Americans, including 220 Marines in Beirut, Lebanon. Last night, Israeli Defense Forces reportedly killed a top Hamas leader responsible for those American lives lost. The events of last night highlight why the Senate needs to now move on the NDAA to strengthen our military and our allies abroad. Instead, Senator Schumer has done nothing this week but bring low-level nominations to the floor while the bipartisan NDAA gathers dust on his desk. It's par for the course for Senator Schumer. Democrats ride the fence on this because Hamas is a key constituent of the Democratic Party. It's why Kamala Harris couldn't bring herself to show up for the Prime Minister Netanyahu's congressional address just last week. It's why the Biden administration has flushed Iran with cash, and now Iran is bankrolling terrorism all over the Middle East. But they act surprised when the Middle East is destabilized. They're more concerned about appeasing our enemies than supporting our friends and our allies. Now Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have brought us to the world order and possibly World War III. It's the weakest administration in the history of the United States of America. We've become a complete joke in the eyes of the world, which is why, Mr. President, I rise today to call on Senator Schumer to immediately bring the NDAA to the floor for a vote. Senator Schumer has refused to act on this legislation since it passed out of committee on June the 13th with bipartisan support. After the events last night, it is imperative now more than ever that we move this bill. Senator Schumer, let's be serious here. If you really care about our military, you will bring the NDAA up for a vote immediately. Stop wasting our time on messaging bills that are a ploy to bail out vulnerable Democratic colleagues in an election. We need a military that is 100% focused on protecting our country and enhancing our national security, not implementing the Biden-Harris woke agenda, which is why I've taken steps to return our military to the greatness in this year's NDAA. Among these victories, I count my amendments which will help refocus the Pentagon on its stated mission to deter war and ensure our nation's security. One of these amendments includes eliminating all funding for the woke, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the DOD. Another amendment prohibits the use of taxpayer dollars from being spent on transgender surgeries or any other costs associated with these surgeries. I appreciate my colleagues on the committee supporting these common sense amendments that were included in this year's Senate NDAA. I, along with millions of Americans, am scratching my head as to why the DOD has implemented these policies to begin with. Sadly, no institutions, not even our great military, are safe from infiltration by the Biden-Harris regime's radical woke policies. Immediately after taking the White House, the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris weaponized the DOD, using it as yet another tool in their arsenal to further their progressive agenda. One of the Biden-Harris administration's first moves was mandating diversity, equity, and inclusion training in all the DOD. On day one, the Biden-Harris administration announced that the military would begin conducting training, quote, have knowledge of systemic and institutional racism and bias against underserved communities, end quote. This hateful ideology has no place in the United States, let alone our military. The military is not a social experiment. It should be a lethal fighting force, feared by our enemies and comprised of our best and brightest. The military should be built on merit, not diversity. It is dangerous and insulting to waste our troops' valuable time on political indoctrination such as this, and that's not all. In 2021, the Biden administration announced it would begin directing taxpayer dollars to pay for hormone therapy and transgender surgeries for service members who want to transition to a different gender. It is not the job of the taxpayers to pay for someone to get a controversial elective procedure. American taxpayers' resources should ensure troops who are injured or sick get quality health care timely as they need it. And taxpayers should not be forced to bankroll these dangerous experimental procedures that often backfire. Of course, the Biden-Harris administration would rather spend valuable taxpayer dollars on programs that affirm its progressive worldview. The DEI and transgender surgery policies at the DOD are just two examples of the woke policies being implemented. We can't forget that the Biden-Harris DOD illegally mandated taxpayer dollars to fund elective abortions in the military. I have spent the better part of 2 years fighting the Biden-Harris administration on this front, and we cannot forget the Biden-Harris DOD fired more than 8,000 able-bodied troops for refusing to take the COVID-19 vaccine. None of these policies should be DOD priorities. It is a distraction from keeping America safe and secure, and the consequences are dangerous. For decades, support for the U.S. military was one of the few topics that brought Republicans and Democrats together. In the past years, the U.S. House of Senate Armed Services Committee would draft the NDAA, which was authorized funding for the military, and established policies, priorities for the DOD. These bills were largely bipartisan and not usually controversial. Both parties were united in the belief that the United States military should be the most lethal fighting force in the world. There were some policy differences here, and there sure should be, but both parties largely left politics out of the military. This until the Biden-Harris administration came to town. It's disappointing we've reached a point where we need to legislatively intervene to refocus the Pentagon on its mission to protect and defend our great country. But here we are. Predictably, the Biden-Harris regime injecting politics into our military has come at a price. The departure from bipartisan common sense policies at the DOD has resulted in detrimental impacts to military readiness and lethality. Take recruitment, for example. In 2023, the Pentagon announced that it fell way short of recruitment goals in what it referred to as, quote, the toughest recruitment year for the military service since the inception of the all-volunteer Army, end quote. I would ask, why would young men and women volunteer to serve in a country and in our military if it's become a place of the far-left indoctrination? Why would they do that? Why would young men and women join a military that teaches them to hate our country? Why would any patriotic citizen join an organization that is more committed to social justice than defeating our enemies? I must say, I share their concerns. The military under today's regime is not the same military that my dad served in over 60 years ago. It's the sad truth. The recruiting failure has resulted in a national security emergency. As a member of the Armed Services Committee, I have asked our top military leaders about the decision to focus on woke policies instead of addressing the recruiting crisis. Unsurprisingly, they didn't have an answer for me. And the impact of implementing those left-wing social priorities extends far beyond the recruiting problems here at home.
The senator's time has expired.
These dangerous policies, Madam President, at the DOD have consequences for our military readiness and the world stage.
I think we had Tillis and Cardin. Senator from North Carolina.
Madam President, I'll be brief. Back in the early 1980s, disco was popular. I was young, and Laverne Allen was just coming into the Senate, first as an intern, and now as what everybody refers to as the enforcer on the floor. Now, I had to come over here. I'm even doing this on a bipartisan basis. I came to the Democratic side of the aisle to trace Laverne down, so it forced her to get on a picture, probably for the first time in her career. But ladies and gentlemen, a lot of times we take for granted what happens in this chamber. We don't think about all the hard work the staff does. They get here before us. They leave here after us. You don't think about how difficult it is to come to a U.S. senator and tell them to be quiet. I will tell you, she trains her proteges well, because she just had Sherrod Brown be asked to be quiet by an intern over there, somebody just starting. I saw it happen. Laverne was about to perch, but you're already training somebody to take your place really well. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to recognize that this place only runs because we've got a strong Sergeant-at-Arms staff and we've got great staff in both cloakrooms up at the dais. And I did not want this week to pass when Laverne is about to get retirement, hopefully spend a little bit of time with her beloved son Marcus, who's in the Navy and I think stationed in Japan right now. But I feel like if it wasn't against the rules and it wouldn't make the parliamentarian mad for me to ask unanimous consent to take a selfie on the floor, I'm not going to do that. But I am going to thank Laverne for 43 years of service to this great institution. And I know we're not supposed to applaud, but I'm going to anyway. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Thank you. Ms. Butler. Gotcha. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, I do, thank you, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Brown, Butler, Carper, Collins, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, King, Rosen, and Warnock. Senators voting in the negative: Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Fisher, Lummis, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Rubio, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Thune, no. Ready? Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kane, Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Okay. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Casey, aye.
Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Thank you. Miss Cinema, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley. No. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz. No. Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. Aye.
Have all senators voted? Does any senator wish to change his or her vote? If not, the yeas are 50, the nays are 41, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Madam President?
The senior senator from Pennsylvania.
Madam President, I'd ask consent to speak for 1 minute on the next nomination.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise just for 1 minute to talk about Judge Saporito. Joe Saporito, someone I've known for decades, someone who has served currently and for the last 9 years as a magistrate judge in the United States District Court for the Middle District of Pennsylvania. Prior to his service as a federal magistrate judge, he served as an assistant public defender over the court defense for people and also serving in private practice. I have great confidence, and I think everyone who's dealt with him has confidence in his integrity, his judicial temperament, his ability to serve with distinction in the Middle District of Pennsylvania. I'd urge a yes vote on the cloture vote as well as his nomination vote. I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 709, Joseph Francis Saporito, Jr. of Pennsylvania, to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Joseph Francis Saporito, Jr. of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Cardin, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Graham, Kennedy, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murkowski, Reed, Shaheen, Sinema, Warnock, Wyden. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Budd, Cotton, Cruz, Grassley, Hawley, Johnson, Mullen, Rounds. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Rono, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Yeah. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no.
Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Janes, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Murphy, aye.
Two great tastes that taste great, not together.
Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Cook. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Ms. Warren, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 39, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The judiciary, Joseph Francis Saporito, Jr. of Pennsylvania, to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania.
President.
Majority Leader.
In a few minutes, Senator Klobuchar, Chair of the Rules Committee, will ask for a unanimous consent request on two bills, the Protect Elections from Deceptive AI Act and the AI Transparency and Election Act. I want to thank Senator Klobuchar for her leadership on these bills and for her committee's bipartisan work to protect our elections from the potential harms of AI. Both of these bills, the Protect Elections from Deceptive AI Act and the AI Transparency and Election Act, have bipartisan support, so the Senate should support them and pass them without delay. Madam President, we're less than 100 days out from the first national elections ever held in the age of AI. We all know AI has many incredible benefits, but alongside those benefits come great risks. And the risks of AI for our elections could be severe. If we're not careful, if we fail to install proper guardrails, AI could jaundice and even totally discredit our entire election system as we know it. Misinformation is already a serious problem in our elections, but AI makes it easier than ever to generate and spread it. It's easier than ever to create deep fakes of candidates. AI already has been used in robocalls to impersonate President Biden for the purposes of misleading voters during the primary. And once that information is out, it's hard, often impossible, to put the genie back in the bottle. Well, we have a chance today to pass precisely the kind of guardrails that would protect our elections from the risks of AI. We have a chance today to make sure that our democracy is not atrophied or harmed, discredited, because of these kinds of misleading ads. These bipartisan bills would ban the use of material misleading AI-generated deep fakes that depict federal candidates and require disclaimers anytime political ads use AI in a substantial way. Most Americans, I think, would overwhelmingly agree that these are reasonable guardrails, and they'd give voters peace of mind that AI isn't being used against them during election season without their knowledge. These bills have broad support. Democrats support these bills. Republicans support these bills. Over 40 current, former, and election officials and national security experts support these bills. Everyone recognizes the need to get something done. We're in a new world with AI. It can do a lot of good things, but it can cause some harms, and our job is to maximize the benefits but decrease the harms. One of the harms could be these deep fakes in elections, and we must do something about it. A few months ago, I worked with the Senate's bipartisan AI working group, which I created a year ago with Senators Heinrich and Young and Rounds, to publish the first ever roadmap for AI policy. Our roadmap detailed a swath of proposals the Senate should consider to fortify our democracy in the age of AI. I'm very glad to see that some of these ideas we called for in our bill, I'm very glad to see that some of the good ideas we called for in our AI policy roadmap are reflected in these two bills. So I again greatly thank Senator Klobuchar for championing these bills, for coming to our AI forums and hearing what had to be said, and then beginning to take action to make sure the abuses don't occur. I look forward to working further with Senator Klobuchar, the Rules Committee, other chairs and committees to regulate AI before it's too late. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Madam President, I thank the leader for his support for these bills, but also for his bipartisan work on artificial intelligence, including the group that he put together with Senator Heinrich and Senator Rounds and Senator Young to really lead a bipartisan effort. One of the major focuses of that effort has been doing something on the democracy front. And while some of these bills actually passed through the Commerce Committee today on a bipartisan basis to start the initial work of some sensible guardrails on AI, the democracy work actually can't wait because, as the leader pointed out, we are less than 100 days from this election, and we're seeing states act across the country, red states, blue states, purple states, putting some simple rules in place for this new sophisticated technology. I always believe that our laws have to be as sophisticated as those that are trying to mess with them. And we cannot simply stand by on the federal basis for the federal elections. We're not talking about messing around with their state rules. They're doing their own rules. We're talking about federal elections when it comes to involvement with AI. AI, as we know, is set to become one of the most significant technological advances of our time. Like with any emerging technology, it brings tremendous opportunities, but it also brings tremendous risks and uncertainties. I think David Brooks, the columnist, put it well when he wrote, "The people in AI seem to be experiencing radically different brain states all at once. I found it incredibly hard to write about AI," he said, "because it is literally unknowable whether this technology is leading us to heaven or hell." Well, it's on us right now, as the elected representatives of the people of this country, to make the decision of what fork are we going to go on. If we put no guardrails in place when it comes to scams, when it comes to messing around with people's intellectual property rights, when it comes to national security, when it comes to democracy, which is our topic today, then we are not going to unleash the potential and the great opportunities of AI because we will not have put the guardrails in place to make it safe. This means protecting ourselves from the significant risks AI poses without stifling innovation and working to preserve trust in business, government, and our elections as we all adapt to this rapidly advancing technology. With this year's election so soon in front of us, we must put in place these common sense rules. We have heard repeatedly about the potential of AI to upend our elections. All of our witnesses from both parties agreed that this was a threat when we had our hearing. And at the Bipartisan AI Forum that I just mentioned, there was consensus that federal legislation is necessary, that disclaimers are not enough in some cases, and that it is critical to our national security. By the way, these AI videos or fake robocalls or videos of people that aren't really the candidates you don't like or you do like, if you don't know who you are watching, how are you going to be able to make your decision as a citizen in this great democracy? And by the way, these could be promoted by foreign governments, by foreign countries. We have seen this in Canada, where they just completed an investigation and found that China had meddled in their elections for parliament seats. This is happening right now, and we need the ability to take these things off or at least label them so people know what they are viewing and what they are listening to. This is a hair on fire moment. AI has the potential to turbocharge the spread of disinformation and deceive voters. This is happening to candidates on both sides. In the New Hampshire primary on the Republican side, a video was released with fake AI-generated images of former President Trump hugging Dr. Fauci. That wasn't true. We've seen AI being used to generate viral, misleading content about our colleagues in this chamber, including a fake video with Elizabeth Warren that wasn't really Elizabeth Warren, telling people that she didn't think that Republicans should be allowed to vote. Complete lie. It wasn't her, but it looked like her and talked like her. We have seen this all over the country, and that is why states have been acting. 18 states across the country have already passed laws in this area, including my home state of Minnesota, which banned deepfakes of candidates 90 days before an election. Texas has a ban on deepfake videos of candidates, and that passed unanimously. The Minnesota bill was, I think, one person voted against it. Democrats and Republicans joined together to say we're not going to have these deepfakes because they could happen on either side, and our citizens aren't going to know who they're looking at, and if it's the real Donald Trump, or if it's the real Kamala Harris, or if it is the real Amy Klobuchar, or the real Senator Fisher. Other states who've done something on this: Alabama, these have been mostly disclaimers, Alabama, Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Hawaii, Idaho, Indiana, Michigan, Mississippi, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Utah, Washington, and Wisconsin. If you listen to those states, you're not like, oh, those are all blue states. Oh, those are all red states. Those are governors and legislatures that decided we cannot just take this as it's not going to be a problem and it's all fun and games. They've decided we've got to make sure our citizens know for state political advertising what is going on here. Some tech companies are also taking action because they know that this technology has the potential to sow chaos in elections. But we cannot rely on a patchwork of state laws for just about half the states, that's probably what it'll end up being, and voluntary commitments, as important as those are. That's why, as chair of the Rules Committee, we held a markup in May where we passed 3 bipartisan bills to take this head on. I'm calling on the Senate today to pass, first of all, the bipartisan bill with Senator Hawley, is the lead Republican with me on this bill, with Senator Coons, Senator Susan Collins, Senator Bennett, and many others to ban AI-generated deepfakes of federal candidates within the framework of the Constitution. So what does that mean? Well, that means an exception for parody and satire, as well as reporting by news organizations. So we drafted this bill with Democratic and Republican lawyers in a way that it could be upheld in court under the Constitution. Our bill is supported by a bipartisan group of more than 40 national security experts and current former government officials, including former secretaries of defense, Chuck Hagel, a Republican, and Leon Panetta, a Democrat, and secretaries of state from both parties. It was also endorsed by the former Republican chairman of the Federal Election Commission, Trevor Potter, as well as tech companies like OpenAI, Microsoft, IBM, and Salesforce. These companies actually want to be able to say, this is a deep fake, it's not the actual candidate, and there's a law that says we have to take it down. That's what this is about, as well as allowing the defamed candidate, the person that is not really the person in the video or the ad or the robocall, to sue whoever has done this to them. That is the way in other areas in our law we're able to stop bad conduct. In the House, a bipartisan companion bill is led by Representative Derek Kilmer of Washington and Tony Gonzalez of Texas. With Election Day approaching, we have the opportunity to come together on a bipartisan basis to counter the threats that AI poses to our elections and protect public trust and faith in our democracy. Now, there's a second bill that I will call for in a moment, but that deals with things that are maybe parody or things that don't rise to the level of the deepfakes or are in a different category that could complement this bill as well. But this is for the worst of the worst. And that is why we've had strong support from a conservative like Senator Hawley, who certainly is aware of what the Constitution says and what our rights are, a moderate Republican like Senator Susan Collins, and many others to support this bill. So now I'll call for this bill. As if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 388 S2770. Further, that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amendment be considered without action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President, reserving the right to object, could I have the senator please clarify which bill she called up?
Bill
is it 2770?
2770, which is the deepfake bill. The other bill is 3875, the Klobuchar-Murkowski bill, which is the disclaimer bill.
Thank you, Madam President. Like many of my colleagues, I am concerned about artificial intelligence-generated deepfakes in the context of political speech and election administration. But the Protect Elections from Deceptive AI Act is not a solution to this problem. The bill recycles provisions from the Partisan For the People Act. It is overly broad, and it would prohibit the distribution of political ads that include AI-generated audio or visuals, including commonly used image and video editing programs. It greatly expands the regulation of protected speech and uses vague terms that will inevitably chill that speech. This bill does not balance First Amendment rights with the evolving challenges that we have with the digital age, and therefore, Madam President, I object.
Madam President.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, I will note again that Senator Hawley is the lead Republican on this bill, and I don't think for a minute that he would allow for a bill that is something that he disagrees with when it comes to being radical or broad or anything like that. He simply agrees with me, as does Senator Collins, that we have a major issue here with these deep fakes that are going to extend to, say, what happened in New Hampshire, which involved a fake robocall ad from President Biden that people believed was him calling on people not to vote. That case is, of course, being investigated by a Republican Attorney General and cases being brought in New Hampshire. But the point is, this is just the beginning. We haven't even entered the general election yet. That will start at the end of August. And so that is why time is of the essence here, and that is also why we drafted this bill with Democratic and Republican lawyers in a method that was narrowly tailored so that it would abide by the Constitution. There is a second bill, which is Senate File 3875, that Senator Murkowski and I have. And again, these two bills can mesh together. This is a bill that requires disclaimers on political ads substantially generated by AI. And I note substantially generated by AI. This is not about changing a hair color or doing a minor thing. While we must ban the most deceptive deepfakes, as I've just described in our elections, it's also critical that voters know if ads they are seeing are made with this technology. This would especially help in cases of parody. In cases where, for instance, the video that was recently posted this last weekend by Elon Musk, which is a lengthy video which takes the voice of candidate Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, and puts her exact voice into words and sentences that she did not say. And while it's a parody and it wouldn't fall under the deepfake ban, it should require, even by X's own rules, a disclaimer placed on this video. Yet there was no disclaimer. And I am very afraid that if we're going to allow this go, and believe me, some people see that and they need to be told that it is generated by AI, because when maybe they'll only watch a few sentences of it and they actually think it's her saying these things, which of course it wasn't, because they pieced together and scraped together her voice to say things that she didn't say, they aren't going to know what it is. And I've talked to colleagues on both sides of the aisle that have seen these kind of things that are done with some humor, so they don't make the cut for the deep fakes, but they believe that they should say that it's prepared by AI, so that people at least realize it's not the real voice of the candidate they like or the candidate they don't like. This bill, the bill with Senator Murkowski, is about making sure that voters can make their own decisions about what they are seeing and hearing and how it is being used to influence their vote. It is on solid constitutional ground, with the Supreme Court having repeatedly upheld disclosure laws. I just don't think in the world you're going to be able to say that this isn't constitutional. No. When the Supreme Court has held up these disclosure laws, and it simply gives our citizenry a way to evaluate whether or not that is a candidate's real voice or not. There are days where I cannot even believe I'm saying this, when all these conservative states like Mississippi have actually put these laws into place for their own state political advertising. But in this chamber, when it comes to federal candidates for the congressional seats and the Senate and the presidency, we've just decided, nope, we're just going to let this go. Let's see what happens. Let's not know if our citizens are going to understand if it's us or not. We're not even going to give them the courtesy of letting them know with the disclaimer that it is done with AI. This bill incorporates feedback that we heard at a Rules Committee hearing by making clear that it does not apply when AI is used in minor ways, like for cosmetic adjustments, color editing, cropping. Of the 18 states that have passed the laws to regulate AI in election, 8 states across the political spectrum, as I noted, including Utah, which passed this law unanimously, have enacted laws to require disclaimers for AI-generated political ads. That would include the state of Florida. The state of Florida has put this in place. I never thought I would say that the state of Florida was more ahead of the federal government when it came to making sure that at least their citizens understood what they were seeing when they watched an ad. Indiana, Idaho, New York, Oregon, Wisconsin, and Washington have all passed similar laws to this one. So unless we're going to claim that those laws, that DeSantis signed a law that was unconstitutional, my colleagues, if they want to claim that, I don't believe for a minute it is unconstitutional. And while some tech companies now have policies to require disclaimers on ads like this, with this year's election approaching, we need a consistent standard. That is why this bill was endorsed by the same group of over 40 national security experts and current and former senior government officials on both sides of the aisle. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan measure to increase transparency in our elections and ensure voters are informed as they cast their ballot later this year. Senator Fisher and I have worked together very well, chairing and ranking member of this committee, and I am still hopeful that at least for this bill, when we come back in the fall, that we'll be able to work something out so at least disclaimers are required. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 389 as 3875. Further, that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Madam President,
Senator
reserving the
from
right to object. The AI Transparency in Election Act echoes the Honest Ads Act and the Disclose Act. Those bills failed to become law because they created new federal burdens on the foundational right of Americans to free speech. Adding a new definition of AI to these partisan bills does not resolve these concerns. I would welcome a thoughtful policy proposal to address the actual concerns posed by AI-generated deepfakes. Instead, my colleagues are attempting to recycle an already failed proposal, and therefore I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President,
Senator from Minnesota.
with this year's election now in less than 100 days, we must put in place common sense rules of the road to address the risks that AI poses for our democracy. The risks are clear. We have heard repeatedly about the potential for AI to upend our elections. All of our witnesses from both parties agreed that this was a threat when we had our Rules Committee hearing. And at the bipartisan AI forum led by Leader Schumer with Senator Rounds, Heinrich, and Young, we heard consensus that federal legislation is necessary, that disclaimers are necessary for certain ads, and for others, we simply must take them down. When they are pretending to be a candidate and voters deliberately and intentionally to mislead voters, I don't care what party does it, I don't care what super PAC does it. There is absolutely no way, and these state legislatures have agreed with me nearly unanimously, that we shouldn't at least have a disclaimer on them, much less to ban them, which is what Senator Hawley and Collins and Coons and I are suggesting in the deepfake bill. This is a hair-on-fire moment. AI has the potential to turbocharge the spread of disinformation and deceive voters. This is why we must take action, and I hope that when people see what is going on through August, when sometimes early voting has started, we will give at least the tools to the platforms to be able to point to a federal law. Most of these other state laws have just been adopted in the last few months, and say this is not okay, that they have a right to at least require a disclaimer on these ads, just like they do on TV for various things, and we've all seen it, so that we know what's going on. Democracy dies in the darkness, as one newspaper has said, and we are literally putting a veil over people's faces if we're not allowing them to assess whether or not the person is really the person that they're looking at on their phone or hearing in a robocall. I just think it's outrageous if we let this continue, and I appreciate that there are Republican governors in states and Republican legislatures who've actually seen this as I see it, and that there is bipartisan support for this in the U.S. Senate, and I hope that in the fall we will revisit this. Thank you very much.
Madam President,
The Republican whip.
my understanding is we are not in a quorum call.
That's correct.
Madam President, America has always been a place where if you work hard, you can get ahead. But it's a lot more challenging in the Biden economy. Inflation has dealt working families a series of setbacks that have made it harder to get ahead. And it's in large part due to this administration's reckless spending. Madam President, 3.5 years ago, Vice President Harris cast her first tie-breaking votes in the Senate to advance a $1.9 trillion spending bill under the guise of pandemic relief. She and our Democrat colleagues had been warned that that level of spending risked setting off inflation, unlike any we had seen in a generation. But they passed it anyway. Inflation began to take off almost immediately. 3 years later, prices have gone up more than 20%. Groceries are up 21%. The cost of car repairs up 31%. Energy costs have gone up 40%. Nearly every aspect of daily life is more expensive in the Biden-Harris economy, and Americans are struggling to make ends meet. More than 1/3 of Americans are worried about paying their bills. They're pulling back on their spending and putting more on their credit cards. Some people are even taking on extra work just to get by. But sometimes it's still not enough. As one new mom in Missouri put it, and I quote, "It's just hard. I work full-time. My husband works full-time. I feel like at this point we're moving more towards survival mode rather than thriving," end quote. Another mom in Virginia says of her sons and their wives, and I quote again, "Everyone is working as absolutely hard as they can. They are not farther ahead than my husband and I were 30 years ago," end quote. And another woman in Pennsylvania who's working 2 jobs says, and I quote again, "Prior to inflation, I didn't have any debt. I didn't have any credit cards, never applied for like a payday loan or any of those things. But since inflation, I needed to do all those things. I've had to downgrade my life completely," end quote. Well, Madam President, they're not alone. For many Americans, life in the Biden-Harris economy feels like a downgrade. It now costs a typical family $13,000 more per year just to maintain the same standard of living it enjoyed when President Biden took office. $13,000 more per year just to tread water. That's an incredible strain on families' budgets. And it's not just higher prices. Measures to tame inflation have also added to Americans' financial pain. To fight inflation, the Federal Reserve has been forced to keep interest rates high, which affects Americans' finances in a variety of ways. As I said, many Americans have turned to credit cards to cope with inflation. And higher interest rates, in part, the result of the Fed's actions, are making credit card bills harder to pay down. Same is true for car payments. And Americans looking to own their own home are facing what one housing expert called, and I quote, "the most challenging home buying market we have ever seen," end quote. The average monthly mortgage payment is a staggering $2,600. The result of a combination of higher mortgage rates and higher home prices. Madam President, the White House has spent a lot of time trying to spin the economy as strong, but the American people aren't buying it. An economy where people are working harder and still struggling to get by isn't what most Americans consider a strong economy. And it can't be America's future. I said inflation began accelerating as a result of Democrats' reckless spending. That's not a Republican talking point. It's a fact with which Democrat economists agree. Yet the Biden-Harris administration and congressional Democrats show no signs of backing off their reckless tax and spending agenda. In fact, it's clear they envision a lot more of the same. The administration's latest budget request is filled with burdensome new taxes and trillions in new spending. They want to see the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expire, which would mean more tax increases. And Democrats still have plenty of other tax and spending ideas they would like to implement. Madam President, the American people have suffered enough. I don't want to think about what kind of economic pain we could see from another 4 years of Democrats' reckless spending. And I sincerely hope, that the American people will not have to experience it. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions which are at the desk. Senate Res 785, Senate Res 786, Senate Res 787, and Senate Res 788.
Without objection, they will proceed en bloc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 20 minutes prior to the scheduled votes, and that Senator Cardin be permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes prior to the scheduled votes.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following people, who are my colleagues from my office for the summer, be granted floor privileges until August 2nd, 2024. And I'm going to read their names. They are, where are they? They're supposed to be sitting here in the back. They'll be in. Tony, ask them to come in. Kelly Weinstock, Zane Jones, Grayson Knowles, Thomas Rhymes, Brooklyn Hemphill, Cameron Runyon, and Tim Breslin. And I'm going to read those names again, as my colleagues who are with me this summer are coming in and sitting here in the back. Kelly Weinstock, Zane Jones, Grayson Knowles, Thomas Rhymes, Brooklyn Hemphill, Cameron Runyon, and Tim Breslin.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I want to speak for a few minutes about a favorite son in Louisiana. But to do that, I have to give my remarks a little context. I think like most Americans, and I know like Madam President, I love animals. I grew up in a rural area in Louisiana, and let's see, we had dogs. Not all at the same time, but we had dogs, we had cats, we had hamsters, we had chipmunks, we had squirrels, we had alligators, baby alligators. Now, the danger of a baby alligator is that they become a big alligator. And we used to keep our little baby alligators, their names were Tim and Tubo, in a big wash basin in our backyard, and we'd put wire on the top with the alligators. They were about this long. They're in the tub. Why'd we put wire on the top? Because the neighborhood cats would try to get in there and eat them. Well, Tim and Tubo grew, And they grew, and they grew, and one day we forgot to put the screen wire on the top of the wash basin with the water in which Tim and Tubo were residing. By this time, they were about this long. And one of our neighbor's favorite cats all of a sudden just had 3 legs. And we had to release Tim and Tubo at that point. Dad said, nope, Tim and Tubo are too big. We've got to release them back in the swamp. We also had, I remember we had a baby possum. And I'm probably leaving some varmints out, but they were, I love animals. I especially love dogs. I have 2 at home. I wouldn't ask Becky to choose between me and our pups. And I love when people bring their dogs to work. I'm not going to wade into this fierce debate about what kind of pet and what kind of animal is best. But I think we can all agree that there's a special bond between our species and our animal friends. Animals can teach us a lot. Animals teach us love. Animals teach us patience. Animals teach us compassion. Animals, especially dogs, teach us responsibility. Animals teach us to appreciate God's creation. Through our connection with animals, including but not limited to dogs, we all gain a deeper respect for the world around us. Now, in Louisiana, we're blessed to have many animal havens. Some of our animals, of course, are wild. I can remember in my state when alligators were almost extinct. Now we have more alligators than people. And by the way, the alligators are surprisingly well organized. So be careful. But we also have a lot of zoos. We have aquariums. None better than those in New Orleans. And those of you who've been to New Orleans may know this. New Orleans is home to what we call the Audubon Nature Institute. That's a nonprofit that we set up in Louisiana. It operates the Audubon Zoo, uptown New Orleans, the Audubon Aquarium on the riverfront, down near the French Quarter, the Audubon Aquarium and Insectarium, we call it, the Audubon Louisiana Nature Center, the Audubon Center for Research of Endangered Species, and the Audubon Coastal Wildlife Network. It's sort of our group of institutions, all under the umbrella of the Audubon Nature Institute. And they also do world-class research and work in conservation. Every year, the Audubon Nature Institute and all of its institutions that make it up bring thousands of Louisianians and hundreds of thousands of visitors in our state closer to nature. It fuels our love for wildlife, and it fuels our love for the outdoors. But Audubon Park, where our zoo is located, our first institution before we added the aquarium and other animal havens, it wasn't always a prized institution. It wasn't. One person, had a lot of help, but one person led the effort to turn what most of us once referred to as an animal ghetto, our zoo in Audubon Park. It was an animal ghetto, into what today we call both an animal haven and an animal heaven. That man's name is Ron Foreman. Ron Foreman. Ron joined Audubon Park and the zoo in 1972. That seems like yesterday to me, but to our pages here on the front row. It's a long time ago. Ron started, he was young. He started as liaison to City Hall in New Orleans. At the time, the zoo in Audubon Park, it was a disaster. It was just a disaster. The enclosures for the animals were small. They were dirty. They were really filthy. They were prison-like. Ron was asked to describe them one time. He said, they're prison-like. This is unacceptable. The condition in which we placed our animals, it was an embarrassment to the city. It was an embarrassment to the people in Louisiana. And the people knew it. And Ron Foreman sensed that. He had the vision to be able to say, you know, I can lead an effort. I'm not just going to go to government and ask for a bunch of money. I can lead an effort, Ron said, in the community to build support for the zoo. And he did. And the zoo, he's not only improved the zoo, we have an aquarium, we have an insectarium, we have R&D, a research and development part, we have a conservation part. Ron Foreman delivered. He delivered for the human species, and he delivered for our animal friends. By 1977, Ron had climbed the ranks, and he became director of the Audubon Zoo. And then he took off, and so did our zoo and our animal havens. He led the effort to transform Audubon Park, which you know is right across from Tulane University, into the Audubon Nature Institute, which, as I said, is the nonprofit conservation and zoological system we know today. Ron helped, and he had a lot of help. I mean, there are thousands of people contributed, but Ron led the charge. He helped transform a cramped and dirty zoo into a state-of-the-art conservation network, including a zoo, an aquarium, an insectarium, gardens, research institutions, and conservation efforts. And the Audubon Nature Institute has thrived. Hasn't been easy, but it has thrived. In large part, substantial part, because of Ron Foreman. Now, we got hit by Hurricane Katrina, and it was bad. When we did, the Audubon Zoo and the aquarium and the Audubon Park were terribly damaged. Ron didn't get discouraged. He saw the zoo, for example, as a beacon of hope. Not an object of depression, but a beacon of hope. First of all, because of the precautions that he and his team took, we only lost 3 animals in the storm at the zoo. And if you've been to the zoo, there are trees everywhere. It's just a small miracle. God smiled on us in that respect. The aquarium, unfortunately, down on the river, suffered substantial losses. It wasn't easy to rebuild all these facilities. It was very, very hard. But Ron Foreman understood. He understood instinctively that we needed to get these institutions back up on their feet because families needed a place to go to forget their hardships. Hurricane Katrina hit in late August. Ron Foreman stood up. I thought he'd lost his mind. He stood up and he said, I'm going to have Audubon Zoo reopened by Thanksgiving weekend. We were hit in August. Foreman stands up in front of God Country, Louisiana, and says, I'm going to have the zoo open by November. I thought Ron had been day drinking. I said, it can't be done. I didn't say that publicly. I thought if anybody can do it, Ron Foreman can. He did. This is what he said. He said, quote, we're a city without kids and families, and a city without kids and families right now, because so many of our families and kids had left, is a city without soul. It's a city without heart. So we just thought it was critical to get the thing open for Thanksgiving weekend, and he did. The zoo opened on Thanksgiving weekend. We were able to give thousands of parents and children a sense of normalcy and optimism during the holiday season at a very difficult time for my state and for my city. Now, Ron also led us through the COVID-19 pandemic. Like many businesses and many institutions, the Audubon Zoo and Aquarium and Gardens had to close or restrict attendance to try to help stop the spread of the virus. Attendance at the zoo dropped 50%. 50%. We had almost no cash flow. Under different leadership, we wouldn't have made it. We wouldn't have made it. But we had a secret weapon. We had Ron Foreman. Because Ron had the passion, and he had the business sense, and he had the support of the community and the support of government to guide the nonprofit through the pandemic. Now, for the first time in 50 years, Louisiana is looking for a new leader for the Audubon Nature Institute because Ron is stepping down. And I'm sad to see him go. I'm happy for him. He's still going to stay on as president emeritus. And we're still going to be able to access his big heart and tap his big brain. But we're going to have a new leader. But thank God Ron is going to stick around for a while to continue his advocacy while we look for a new CEO. Ron Foreman made the Audubon Zoo. It made New Orleans home to one of the country's, one of the world's best zoos. He made New Orleans home to one of the world's best aquariums and best insectariums and best research and development centers and best conservation efforts. He didn't do it alone, but he led us. And that's why I wanted to rise today. I just wanted to thank Ron. I wanted to thank Ron Foreman for his vision. I wanted to thank Ron Foreman for his guts. Some of the things Ron did were not always popular. They were right. But it took courage. I want to thank Ron Foreman for his dedication. I want to thank Ron Foreman for his love of animals. And I want to thank Ron Foreman for his love of people. He brought us all together in New Orleans. I just will never forget him for what he did for us. So Ron, if you're listening, thank you, my friend, for giving so much to our animal friends. Thank you, Ron Foreman, for giving so much to the people of Louisiana and the people of America. And thank you, Ron Foreman, for your leadership. Madam President, I yield to my colleague.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Technology be discharged of S-Res 750, and the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following Senate resolutions: S-Res 750, S-Res 789, S-Res 790.
Is there an objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection, the committee is discharged. And the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Madam President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Madam President. Certainly we're going to be voting on the cloture motion for the confirmation of Dorothy Shea, the nominee for Deputy U.S. Representative to the United Nations. And I come to the floor today as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. We have recommended to the Senate in a very strong bipartisan vote the support of Dorothy Shea to be the Deputy Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations. We need a full team in place to fight for the interests of the United States and our allies at the United Nations, to counter adversaries like China and Russia, to work with our allies to respond to conflicts from Ukraine to Sudan, to ensure the United States is at the table for conversations on the role of technology and AI, and to stand up against anti-Semitism on the global stage. And yet our mission to the United Nations has been without a Senate-confirmed deputy for nearly 2 years. This post is not only crucial to managing the safety and security of U.S. and foreign personnel during UN meetings of heads of state in New York in September. The deputy plays a key role in policy planning process at a time when strong U.S. leadership at the UN is so important. We need someone in this post who has the experience tackling the complexities of the United Nations General Assembly, someone who will make sure the UN is positioned to take on the challenges of the future, including reforms. Someone who will multiply our engagement in the Security Council and General Assembly, working alongside Ambassador Thomas Greenfield. Someone who's not afraid to stand up for American values. Madam President, that is why, as the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I fully support Dorothy Shea's confirmation to this post. Ambassador Shea has decades of experience working in the Foreign Service, at the State Department, and with the National Security Council. She is a career Senate Foreign Service officer who has proudly served both Democratic and Republican administrations for 32 years, including working for colleagues across the aisle on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. While she was our chief diplomat in Lebanon, Ambassador Shea was awarded the Distinguished Presidential Rank Award for sustained extraordinary accomplishment. Throughout her career, she has demonstrated her deep commitment and ability to advance U.S. interests. At a time of war and escalating humanitarian crisis worldwide, we can count on Ambassador Shea to represent U.S. interests at the United Nations, from advancing the peace process in the Middle East and Sudan to revitalizing the global humanitarian system to implementing institutional reforms at the United Nations. She will work to find solutions to our global challenges. So, Madam President, I strongly support her nomination. I urge my colleagues to support the cloture on her nomination so that we can get to a confirmed Deputy Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations. I yield the floor.
Question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst,
Thank you so much.
Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Cardin, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Kane, Kennedy, Merkley, Murray, Rosen, Stabenow, Tillis, Warnock. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Thune. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye.
Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Okay, thanks. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Casey? Aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Ono, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Where did...
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 39, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 582, Dorothy Camille Shea of North Carolina, to be Deputy Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations with the rank and status of Ambassador, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Dorothy Camille Shea of North Carolina to be Deputy Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations with the rank and status of Ambassador Plenipotentiary? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett.
Aye.
Sir? Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Budd, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, King, Lujan, Markey, McConnell, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Capito, Crapo, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lee, Marshall, Mullen, Risch, Scott of Florida, and Tuberville. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Cassidy? No. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye.
Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 36, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Dorothy Shea of North Carolina to be Deputy Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations. Are we ready? Madam President.
The senator from Vermont.
Madam President, Vermonters are experiencing a lot of anguish now. This photograph depicts flooding that we had in Barre a year ago. It is here with us again, a year to the date. A year to the day, we had a return of flooding that we had, the devastating flooding in 2023. Parts of the Northeast Kingdom, 2 weeks later, were flooded again. They were hit with 8 inches of rain, heavy rain, which caused more flash floods in the Northeast Kingdom. And today, 6 more inches of rain is in the forecast. And I come to the Senate floor tonight, where Vermont is in crisis. I'm asking for my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, in the Senate and the House of Representatives, for us to come together and approve the President's supplemental disaster funding request. It'll help Vermonters rebuild from heavy rains, flash flooding, and mudslides that have brutally devastated our state. It'll help other communities around the nation that have had their own weather events that have done so much harm to their communities. 1 year ago, this month, the heavy rainfall required 214 swift boat water rescues. Literally, some of our first responder folks showing up in boats to help people get out of their homes. Infrastructure was really hit hard with 409 miles of rail, 64 state bridges, and 46 state roads closed. 139 of our municipalities experienced flood-related damage. There was $553 million in public assistance need reported and $118 million from businesses on their damages. We also saw 18 drinking water and 33 wastewater systems damaged. 3 wastewater systems were totally destroyed. President Biden has revised his disaster supplemental request to account for Vermont's disaster last year. That'll help us immensely. But Vermont absolutely needs the increased funding. The Department of Transportation Emergency Relief Program, the Housing and Urban Development, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency Disaster Relief Fund all need supplemental funding. More funding for the Department of Transportation CDBG disaster recovery grants. Those are flexible, really help the communities. That's needed very, very much.
And today I join with my colleagues from Vermont, pardon me, Senator Sanders and Representative Ballot, in urging congressional leadership to approve bipartisan appropriations committee leadership to advance a supplemental package quickly. Pardon me. We need federal dollars to help support our farms. Our businesses need help. Families need help. So many families, hardworking Vermonters, were hit by these floods. 18 shelters opened, and over 3,000 households were approved for FEMA housing assistance. This is really, really tough. Madam President, Vermont is on a long road to recovery. We're resilient, and we believe that brighter days are ahead. But for many families, this is the second time in 2 years, and how much can they really endure? Especially when getting answers down the road from FEMA gets very complicated, very bureaucratic, and inflicts a lot of emotional pain that could be avoided if we could be quicker and faster. And I've promised Vermonters that I bring their voices to the Senate with me and share their stories. In the past month, I've been to Montpelier, to Hardwick, to Barnett, St. Johnsbury, Peacham, and Lyndonville to visit with homeowners, businesses, farms, communities impacted by the flooding. Hardwick lost 4 bridges in the flooding this month. 3 of those bridges were wiped out last year, second time in 2 years. And these are small communities where folks on the select board are also the emergency responders. They're also the health officer. And they're incredible what they do. You know this from your own service as senator and as governor. It's amazing how resilient they are, but they can't do it alone. They need our help. I met with a Vermont farmer in Hardwick, somebody who started years ago what has become a very successful enterprise, but also farm to table, farm to farm stand business model in Vermont. He lost topsoil, and many of his crops were destroyed. Restaurant owner in Lyndonville had to make the tough decision to close instead of reopening. And Lyndonville was hit again in the middle of the night just 2 days ago. Healthcare leaders in the area are also very worried about mental health and the stress on families. Every time I see a homeowner, parents, where their home's been wiped out, the overriding concern they have is for the well-being of their kids and the stability that they need to restore to their kids. And when that happens 2 years in a row, that's asking a lot. In Peacham, I talked with 2 families whose homes were so damaged, there's no reasonable prospect that those will be repaired. They can only hope for the home to be bought out. But again, that takes response that we're not getting oftentimes down the road with the bureaucracy, unfortunately, that we have to, I think, fix. In Barnett, I met farmers that were trying to salvage what they could and make the best of the remainder of the season. And again, I'm speaking to you, Madam President, who just knows this from our shared border, and the folks in your side of the river and my side of the river have a lot in common, and we admire them. But we've got to do our part here in Congress to help them help themselves. I've sat down with small business owners in Montpelier and across the state, and they're struggling with the high cost of recovery from last year's flooding. Many have been hit 2 or 3 times over. Those spared by the flooding are feeling, nevertheless, the impacts of lost revenue because businesses declined in the area. Madam President, the federal funding is really, really critical for Vermont. It's not just Vermont. I know my colleague, Senator Schatz from Hawaii, who's the chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee, is working very hard because it's his community, it's Vermont, it's Houston, it's communities around the country that are being affected by these once-in-100-year weather events that are coming every year or every 2 years. It's really happening. We can't recover without that federal help. I just can't stress this enough. We need Congress to step up, and we need the help of all of us here because while it's Vermont this time, it may be New Hampshire next time, it may be Texas next month, and I believe all of us have to help one another when an event occurs causing such harm to people we represent, and it's through no fault of their own. It's disappointing to me, to say the least, that Congress is getting ready to go on a recess without having gotten this done. It's my hope that getting disaster funding will be a top priority when we come back in September, not just for Vermont, but for all of the communities around the country that need for Congress to act. Vermont's communities and communities across the country are counting on us. I implore my colleagues, all of us, let's do this first order of business when we return in September. Madam President, I yield back. Madam President,
The senator from Vermont.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider the following nominations en bloc. Calendar numbers 719 through 740, 742 through 763, and all nominations on the Secretary's desk in the Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Space Force. That the nominations be confirmed en bloc, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 312 S 2781.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 312 as 2781, a bill to promote remediation of abandoned hard rock mines and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I further ask that the Heinrich Risch amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to. The committee reported substitute amendment as amended be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of H. Con Res 120, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H. Con Res 120, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall and so forth.
I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent the concurrent resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions: Senate Res 791, Senate Res 792, Senate Res 793.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on Thursday, August 1. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Shea nomination post-cloture. Further, that all time be considered expired at 11:30 a.m., and that if the nomination is the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Further, that upon disposition of the Shea nomination, the Senate resumed legislation, that the cloture motion with respect to the motion to proceed ripen at 1:45 p.m.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.